we have this forum 17 years. 17 years we find a solution. Let's not ruin this now, okay? Thank you. How are you? Again? How's family? All okay?
Manila, like
1, 2, 1, 2, test, test. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're missing. Uh-oh. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, test, test. Okay. Σαν έκο. Ανδρέα, δεν ακούς τη φωνή μου. Εγώ ακούω σαν έκο. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Test, test. 1, 2, 3, test, test. One, two, three, test, test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 3, 3, 3. Τι σε ακούγομαι καλύτερα. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Sounds like an A. One, two, three, test, test.
Thank you.
Εγώ δεν ακούω. Ακούω. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Ακούγομαι έκο. Εσύ μ' ακούς. Εσύ ακούγεσαι κανονικά που κάνεις ένα 3. Άκου, μίλα εσύ. Κάνεις και εδώ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, test, test. Εντάξει. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, εντάξει. Εντάξει, εντάξει, ακούγεται τώρα. Ακούγομαι, εντάξει. Ναι.
Good morning, how are you? Well, wait 2 minutes. Good morning. 17 years after our first forum, it is with pride to welcome you in our 2025 Cenmar Manila Forum. We cannot stress enough how important is this event for the company. It is our way to communicate with you. It is our way that we share our experiences. I'm grateful to each and every one of you that you are here today and tomorrow so that we can all discuss the things that are in our concern. Those of you who know me from our daily interactions and discussions know that this company, it's all about safety. This company is about improving. This company is about communicating, and this is our target this year. We need to improve in our communication. We are here to speak up. We are here to build trust. So at this moment, I would like to introduce to you your first day hosts, Maria and Dionysis.
Thank you, Andreas.
Hello, good morning.
Enjoy the day and please have fun. Thank you.
Magadan Kumanga, good morning, Kalimera, ladies and gentlemen, fellow seafarers, dear colleagues, and special guests. Welcome aboard at Cenmar Manila Forum 2025. For those who don't know me, I'm Maria Malegu, better known as the MGM, and I'm leading the insurance and freight collection departments. Although we may not communicate on a daily basis with all of you, like you do with other departments, I'm in the front line, ready to assist and take care of all of you when there is a need. I've been with the company for more than half of my life, and one thing that I can safely say is that over these years, one thing that hasn't changed is that you remain at the heart of what we do.
Good morning from me as well. I have joined the company much more recently. Some of you may know me already. I'm Dionysis Bogdanos, also known as DKB. I'm a crewing operator in the company, and I've also used to be one of you. I used to be a chief officer, so I have also had my fair share of both calm and stormy seas as well. So welcome, everybody. We are delighted to have you here today. So before we dive into our first topic, we have to share, of course, some mandatory instructions. First of all, please keep your phones in silent mode, so don't have any disruptions. Unless, of course, the head office is calling, then you can go outside and talk. And also, no stress today. We are here to learn and speak up and build trust and bond with each other. Throughout the day, we will also discuss about it later. We have Slido. There is a QR code on your tables. I will explain more about this in a minute. Before everything, of course, safety comes first. So in case of an emergency, do not take any unnecessary items with you. We will proceed just to the emergency exits. And of course, avoid using the elevator. And we will also now watch a short video with the safety instructions.
Okada Manila Safety Guidelines. Reminders. Please familiarize yourself to your nearest exit route. You may utilize all the 7 exit doors at the area. In case of emergency, a public announcement will be heard. Please stand by, stay alert, and wait for advice. RD members will assist you to your nearest emergency exit. Please be reminded that smoking is strictly prohibited anywhere inside the Golden Ballroom. Smoke only at the designated smoking areas in a property. Please take care of your personal belongings. Any lost and found items shall be reported to the security officers and any team member present at the area. For medical concerns, Okada Manila has a dedicated medical team to assist you. Should an emergency transport is required, a standby ambulance is also readily available. There are 3 major assembly areas at Okada Manila. The moment you've reached the assembly area, please stand by and wait for further advice. Should there be other concerns, please feel free to approach any of the Okada Manila security and safety personnel. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you for watching, everybody. So we will also need to have internet connection. So in the screens now, you will see the Wi-Fi name. It's Okada Day Visitor. Please have a moment to log into the Wi-Fi because we will need it throughout the day. Once you try to connect to the Wi-Fi, you will see the name, click it, and there will be instructions so you can connect to the internet. I'll give you a minute for that. You can also assist each other if someone has an issue with logging in.
All set? Okay.
So we'll use this internet. As I said, there's a QR code on every table, and now you can see it on the screens as well. This is Slido. You can scan the code, and we will use that throughout the day for our polls, Q&A. You can share your feedback there as well, anonymously. So we want you to use it. We will make some more reminders during the day. Feel free to share your thoughts. Maria.
So, today's theme is about speaking up and building trust, which reminds us that communication and trust can make everything work at sea and shore. And in the next 2 days, we will see how those ideas can come alive. Today, we're going to touch on topics such as safety, leadership, cargoes, technological innovation, inspections. We're going to have an active workshop on mooring operations, and of course, we're going to have some fun session in order to recharge. You can see the full schedule on your agendas that lie on each and every table. So, we encourage you during the whole session to speak up, share views, and participate in full. So, are you ready, set to sail? Yes. Okay. So, before we anchor away, I would like to take a moment and speak not as your host, but as someone who's been part of the company for 28 years. So now you got my age as well. During these years, I've met many leaders, but only a few leave a mark. Leaders that you remember not only for what they do, but also for how they make you feel. Our first speaker is one of those rare people. He leads with empathy, humility, has a quiet confidence that feels all people to safely speak up to him, and he listens. He truly listens, and that, more than anything, builds trust. For me personally, and I think for many of us, especially the old generation of the company, has been a mentor, a guide, and many, many times, that calm voice that says, don't worry, it's okay, we will figure it out together. Today, we get to hear from someone who has helped shape a culture of care and connection in our company, and someone we respect not only for his leadership, but for his kindness, his patience, and especially his. Please join me to welcome on stage our COO, Mr. Anthony Labros.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Dionysi.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I don't know if I can live up to the expectations after such an introduction, but I will do my best as always. So, good morning to everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I hope you all have the energy that we will be able to enjoy these 2 days. We are going to have, I hope, a good time. Our people have prepared a lot of topics. We have tried to touch as many of the important subjects as they are, but like Maria just said, it's about speaking up and about building trust. This is our theme, and this is exactly what we will be talking about over the coming 2 days. Today, it's just yourselves. We have our officers here. Tomorrow, we have also our ratings, so it's going to be a little bit different. So I will start off with something that is probably a little bit out of the ordinary. I have on the screen, as you can see, some historic ships, some ships that have left a mark. Some of them have started eras, like the Santa Maria. Some of them have ended eras, like the Exxon Valdez, for example. It ended the era of the single-hull tankers, or the Titanic. Surprisingly, in the later years of his life, Winston Churchill, he was asked, in his opinion, what was the most definitive moment that signified the end of the British Empire, and he said the sinking of the Titanic. He said, I think the sinking of the Titanic was the single event after which the British Empire started to decline. So for him, a great person, a great historian, this was the turning point. So you might wonder what all these ships have to do with what we'll be talking about. And I can tell you there's a very small correlation. We will be talking about some other ships. We will be talking about ships that are more important. They play a key role into what we are doing, into speaking up, into building trust. We will be talking about relationships, about comradeships, partnerships, seamanship, and friendships. And friendship is most important. Maria is a very good friend, so whatever she said about me, I think it is half true. But it is part also of our business, being open, building trust, and along with trust, we build friendship. And of course, there is one more ship that is similar to this, and is very important. Maybe you can help me with this one. Which is the other ship that is important? Any ideas? I want to hear it from you. Can I hear it again? Thank you very much, my leaders. You are the persons who are leading this company. Maybe you do not feel it, but it is true. You are on the front line. Every one of you has a field of responsibility. You have a purpose. You have to be on top of things. You have to be on top of your people, no matter your position. You have qualities. You have key components that are important to fulfill this difficult role. And I know it is a difficult role. It is a difficult task. It is a difficult life. We will also talk about this over the coming 2 days. Communication is key. Decision-making is key. When, excuse the expression, when the shit hits the fan, somebody has to take a decision, and these people are you on board. Even when we have a big problem, before that problem arrives on our lap, and we have to take some action. Before that time, you are already there on the front line, and you have to make a difficult decision. It is very important. Emotional intelligence is there. It's a fancy word, but it's all about caring. There are a lot of qualities that define a good leader. On the top of this list is being a listener. It is something that we will talk about during these 2 days a lot. We are talking about active listening. I will focus on this in a while, but it is very important because we will be talking about speaking up and building trust, and this cannot be done without the ability to listen, the ability to care, which is the second point, being empathetic, to care for our people, genuinely care. It is not something that we can fake. We have to be approachable. We have to be easy to talk to. We have to keep our door always open. Keep this in mind. Tomorrow, we will be talking more about how you can keep your door always open, really open. We have to be committed. We have to be ethical. Ethical meaning that we are always there to do the right thing. And it's not easy to do the right thing. You have to be fair. It is not an easy task. I'm sure you are aware of this. Respectful, a very important, a very strong word. We cannot do anything, we cannot get anywhere without respect, without being respectful for our people, for everybody, equally respectful. Humble, supportive, inclusive. It's a key word, it's coming up a lot. We should be careful to include everyone. If we are not placing effort on inclusion, we may be accidentally excluding people and unknowingly, and it is something that happens. I will focus only on, for now, on 2 points. The first is the foremost and important one, which is listening. We have to be an active listener, and this encompasses a lot of the points that we already discussed. We have to show respect, unlimited respect. It is okay to disagree. We have different voices, different experiences, different background. We will have different opinions. We cannot talk about the opinions, and yes, we can disagree, and yes, we can talk again and again and not arrive at an agreement, and this is fine, as long as we do not disrespect each other. When we listen, we must be ready to understand. Sometimes we make the mistake. We all may make mistakes, myself included. It's only normal, and sometimes we only listen in order to respond. We do not listen to understand. We just listen to argue, to prove a point, to be right. No, we must listen to understand. Then we can communicate. Body language is important. Looking the other person in the eye is important. It has to be genuine. We have to ask for input. People will not be forthcoming if they feel that we are not interested. So we have to make them feel that we are interested. We have to ask them. We have to not interrupt them when they are talking. We have to let them complete their phrases, their thoughts. We should never be judgmental. This is a common problem, a common mistake. People are afraid that we are going to judge them negatively, and they do not open up. It is our task as leaders, it is your task, it is everybody's task to create this environment of safety where people can come and speak to us, and then we should make them understand and make them feel that they have been heard. So active listening is a key point. We will discuss a lot about it over these 2 days, and you will see that a lot of the cases that we talk about, the incidents, behind every case, somewhere, behind every failure, somewhere, there is a lack of listening, there is lack of communication, there is lack of speaking up. The second point I want to touch on is fairness. We have to be fair. A leader has to be fair. And believe me, it is a very, very difficult task. We are not trained to do it. We are not judges. The judges must be fair, and he has trained, but he does not have to be fair. He has to follow a set of rules. In our case, there is no set of rules. So we have to use our judgment, our own personal judgment. And sometimes, unconsciously, involuntarily, we show favoritism. It is only normal, it's only natural. We are people. With some people, we get along better. With others, we do not. We have a better relationship. It just happens that we fit closer to other people. Yes, it is true, it is natural, it's something that happens. It happens unconsciously. We are not aware of it so many times. But it can have a very strong impact on other people. So we have to be, first of all, self-aware. We have to recognize this issue. We have to acknowledge it as leaders, to know, yes, we have preference. It is true. But if we acknowledge it, then we can handle it. Then we can deal with it. We need to establish clear and transparent criteria. The rules must be set out, standard rules, so that there is no question about why or how we took decisions. And yes, it happens all the way, so we need to take time to discuss this, to educate our people, our officers, our staff. It goes from the top to the bottom. Favoritism is something that happens even between colleagues. And we can deal with it with open communication and continuously working on it. So I will close this opening with a very short, let's say, summary. Respect. Respect is very important. I'm repeating it every time. Respect for our fellow workers, respect for, from the top to the bottom, to our visitors on board, respect for the environment, respect for everybody. Respect is a key word, and I want you to embrace it. Empathy and caring, a genuine feeling, is something that we must also embrace, but we have to feel it. It's not something that we can pretend we are doing. Being fair and listening in order to build trust. So for the moment, that is it for me. You will hear a lot more, unfortunately, from me, because my colleagues are, they love me so much. I'm so good. They want me on stage, but what can I do? So I want you to enjoy these 2 days. I want you to give your energy to this room, to give your positive energy. I want you to be engaged. In short, I want you to speak up, not to be afraid. Nobody is here to judge us. This is a safe room. These 4 walls are here for our safety. We want your feedback. We want your suggestions. We want your ideas. We even want your criticism, because we will try to get better. And every time we meet with you and every time we come here, we want this positive energy so we can get a little bit better. And I think we are slowly but surely getting a little bit better. So let's try to make these 2 days the best days of the year. Give us your energy. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for all of your service in all the years. And let's have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
So now, having attended many forums in the past here in Manila, many of you know that I was an ex-basketball player, and I had played many games with you. So coming to the next topic, when I read it, a bell rang to me. And Dionysis, being an active player as well, did you have the same feeling?
Absolutely. And I know many of you like basketball as well. How many of you? Show me some hands. Come on. Don't be afraid.
Very
Come on.
nice.
So sometimes you know, sometimes you have some shots, they go in, sometimes you don't, sometimes you have an air ball, let's say, but that's okay, because the important thing is to bounce back. And by bouncing back, it means we learn and we evolve.
Exactly, and we are in great hands for that. Our very well-known DPA, Mrs. Ellie Moretti, will take the stage for failing safely versus failing lucky. She will tell us how to take smart risks, learn from failures, and even turn missed shots into opportunities. So please keep the energy and welcome on stage Mrs. Ellie Moretti. Come on.
Thank you, Maria and Dionysis, so
Basketball.
much for this introduction. And Anthony, wow, inspiring. So, guys, good morning. It's so great. It's this time of year again when we come here for you and you come here for us. It is bonding time. And today, the presentation is here. Thank you. We will talk about a new concept. It's fail-safe versus safe-lucky. Don't get me wrong. I don't want you to fail. I don't want any of us to fail. But sooner or later, that's life. Mistakes will happen. The point is that this mistake should have the less impact possible. Do you remember the 5 principles of human performance? Is this familiar for you? The 5 HPP. I would like to ask Anthony, this is a new concept, not the 5 HPP, the failing safe versus failing lucky is a new concept, and that's why I would like Anthony to participate in this presentation to help us grasp this new idea. Let's talk a little bit about the 5 HPP.
Let's think about the first one, the first and the foremost, the most important one, where everything is starting for. We've given you some letters, so please help us solve this riddle, solve this puzzle. So, louder, please. Error is
Great.
normal. Why is error normal? Because people make mistakes. Thank you. Now, the next one, I will not blame you if you cannot find it, but what is it? Blame fixes nothing. Thank you very much. I think you learned it by now. What is the next one? Learning and improving is vital. I think everybody is familiar with this.
This is the difficult one, the next one. Good one.
Good one. Context drives behaviors. This is correct. Very good.
Wow.
If I manage to figure it out, the last one is something like how you respond to failure matters. So there they are. These are the 5 principles. They hold on board, they hold ashore, they hold in your private lives, they hold at home, they hold with your wife, especially the blame fixes nothing, unfortunately. So they are there for everybody, for everyone, for everything we do, and they are the starting points to make ourselves better, to have a better performance in our job.
So this is about how we behave. But how is this relevant to the title of our presentation, Fail Safe versus Fail Lucky? I'm going to tell you that it is relevant to each and every one of these principles. And it is quite obvious, I think, because error is normal. Error is the mistakes. We are humans, people make mistakes, and mistakes are a failure. It goes well with the fail of the title. And then blame fixes nothing, of course. If there is a tend to blame one another, the fail-safe will not have any chance. But then we take our mistakes and we learn from them and we improve. But only if we can fail safe. It cannot be done. Improving and learning cannot be done if we just fail lucky, only if we fail safe. Context drives behavior. We create an environment where people feel safe to speak up, to have a good training, to have a good SMS, to have these principles to know how they should behave towards a safety culture. And how you respond to failure matters. Failure is a mistake. And we should start feeling a little bit positive about mistakes. When we were children, we were always, parents and teachers told us not to do this mistake or that, but we have to get rid of this feeling and believe that there is something positive about mistakes. Like Oscar Wilde said, experience is simply the name we give to our mistakes. And now we get back to this new concept. I would like Anthony to say a few more things about it.
Like Ellie said, we need to learn from our mistakes. It's very simple, you know this very much. Mistakes are a critical part of learning, but we can only learn if we have ended up being safe. So we know that we will make mistakes. We know that sometimes we will fail. What we need to be sure is that when we fail, it will not be in a catastrophic manner. So when an incident happens, we have to think about it and consider, did we have safety barriers? The most easy and apparent safety barrier that you are all familiar with is your PPE. And it is there, PPE is not there to avert an incident, it is there to lessen its impact. Okay, it's a very different kind of barrier. Most of the barriers that we are interested in are the barriers that are there to help us avoid an accident. The final barrier, the PPE, is the one that is also relevant to failing safely. It is the one that will lessen the impact. So, did we have barriers in place? Yes or no? If it is a no, it means that whatever happened was the outcome was due to luck. If we got hurt, we might have been hurt, might not be hurt, it's due to luck. We did not have the barriers in place. Second question, did the barriers act as intended? Again, if it is a no, it means that the outcome was left to luck. This is the concept of failing lucky. Okay. But if we did have the barriers there in place and the barriers acted, then we managed to fail safely. So this is the goal. We do not want anybody to fail, but because we know that error is normal, you said it yourselves, we know that people make mistakes, it means that we know that at some point there will be failure. And when that point comes, we want that failure to be safe, to end up as safely as possible. So this is the context of failing safely.
And in this example, it means that nobody gets injured. So, Anthony?
So,
that is the outcome of what
that
we
is the outcome, exactly. We do not want people to get hurt. If you get hurt, it's very difficult to learn from your mistake. So, we must focus on having barriers and making sure that these barriers are effective and they work and they are in place.
Some example of the barriers. And these barriers are all relevant on how you and us behave. Okay, we have so many other barriers, but now we talk about our behavior because this behavior is so relevant to the human element. It is a human element, so unpredictable. So chronic unease, does this ring a bell? When you're constantly afraid that something might go wrong, and situational awareness, when you look around and know what surrounds you and what can come, and the safety intervention, which is so relevant to speak up, and the theme of our forum. Intervene, speak up. When you see something, say something. And of course, the no blame culture. Without it, you can not have people that will come forward and speak up to you, and alerting the people. And if you do not fill in these holes, there is going to be an incident. Because if barriers are not in place or not affecting, then you will fail lucky and not safe.
These barriers, as you see, we have some here. They're the ones that we usually refer to. If you look at them carefully, work planning, equipment maintenance, testing, intervention, supervision, emergency response. Behind each and every one of these barriers is hidden the concept of speaking up. And this is why we are focusing on this during our forum this year. It is so important. Intervention, supervision. If you do not have the ability to speak up, and you are all familiar of your stop work obligation, I'm sure you are familiar with this, but having it as a system is very different than having it applied effectively. So this is why we are emphasizing this topic this year, speaking up, because it is part of every barrier, part of every decision that you have to make, part of everything that will keep you safe.
Give us an example, Anthony.
An example, which is a design example, is the dead man alarm, for example, on the bridge. This is a barrier that is not designed to avert something happening, but it is designed to limit the impact. As you know, every 12 minutes, the watchkeeper has to reset it. Okay, he has to reset it so that the system knows that he's there, he's alive, he's present. And if he doesn't reset it, if something happens, the general alarm will sound. So, this system is designed for failure. It's designed to make us fail safely. If this failure occurs, whatever the failure, to be sure that the ship will not be left unattended for more than this small period of time, which means that the result or the impact of the failure will be limited. So this is an example of a system that is designed to help us fail safely. And there are numerous such systems, and our behavior is also one of these systems to enable us to fail safely. And this is something we wish to put firmly into your minds when you go on board, to keep this always in mind. Failure is not the problem if we manage to fail safely.
I
And of
want
course,
to add, yes.
question about bypassing.
Yes.
This is what you say.
Yes,
Okay, this is what I want to
please,
please.
please do not bypass alarms. Sorry for interrupting.
Exactly. Bypassing the alarms means that you bypass the barriers that keep us safe. Yes, it is something that we have to keep in mind. I know it is something that happens. We don't want it to happen ever. So please, keep it in mind. Pass this information on to your officers, on to your crew, on to everybody. Alarms are there as a barrier for safety, so do not ever bypass them. Investigate them, fix them, see what is behind them. There is always a root cause.
Be
but please do
curious.
not bypass them.
Well, safety. This is Todd.
Conklins?
Yes, he's the writer behind the 5 human performance principles. He said safety is not about the absence of accidents. Safety, it is about the presence of defenses. And when we say defenses, we mean all those barriers, either they are technical or behavioral, or after what you get, all the experience from your training. These are the defenses you have them there, and you should use them, because you are the leaders and you need to create an environment with strong barriers. Well, people will fail safely. And we get back to the title of this presentation. Fail safely is about making the mistake, because we are all human and we will make this mistake, but we want its impact to be the minimum one.
So this is just a summary of the definition of what we just said. Failing safely, this is our goal, to limit the harm or create no harm to people or the environment or to equipment. It is a system, it's a series of systems to lower the severity of the failure. It's not a barrier that will prevent the failure, it's a barrier that will control the impact. So the failure is contained. Failing lucky is the opposite. We have no barriers, we have no preparation, or we do have a barrier that is not effective, so it's the same as not having it. There is a risk there. Complacency is a key factor, and whatever happens is left to chance. The outcome could be a serious one, it could be a minor one, it doesn't make a difference. The point is that it was left to chance, and whatever failure happened, it was a failure, we failed lucky.
Let's close this presentation. Fail safe. It's safe to fail. Feel this, because after failing you can learn something. If you have strong barriers and you believe in them, we have an open culture, we have a no blame culture. It is about creating the conditions where mistakes can happen without causing harm. So please, fail safe, learn from mistakes, don't rely on luck. If you want luck, go outside in the casino. If you want to be safe, go on board your vessels.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Great
Thank you
session,
very much.
Ellen and Anthony.
Thank you.
Now, speaking of luck, who has never had to make a request during a port state control inspection? Almost no one, right, huh? And I know that many of you think that port state control inspections can and may be stressful, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you had your answer already. So stress actually comes from sometimes you have good stress and you have bad stress, okay? So let's make the stress productive. And if you can manage stress, how do you manage stress? You prepare. You plan, you organize, and of course you speak up, right? As we know. So just if you do that, if you do all that, inspections become just another part of our job, correct? Inspections are not just numbers or comments from the inspector. They reflect your work on board. They reflect how capable the vessel is, how well maintained it is. And this is the most important part, right?
Yeah. And today we have an expert to master on this and show us how to avoid unnecessary detentions. Please welcome on stage Captain Leo Bolivar from Marshall Islands. Welcome, Captain.
Welcome.
Morning. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Jesus. Yeah. Okay, now, so you see me here. You're stressed already? That's what they're saying, actually. I represent the Marshall Island Flag Registry, by the way, and I'm here to discuss to you the port state control interactions we have so far over the years. And we have some statistics that proves that, again, how it connects to speaking up and building of trust. This is very important, and on the later part of my slides, this will come out to be proven effective in terms of avoiding more deficiencies and possibly detention during inspection. Okay. Now, there's a brief introduction for our company, but I will not move into that. I'll just skip that and I'll go straight to the port state control worldwide. So we all know, most of you had encountered already inspections from one port to another, and then you can always tell the difference between one port and the next port when it comes to the port state. How they approach, how they do inspection, and how they actually create all those findings if ever they have found any deficiency, and possibly some recommendation for detention. Now, there are different areas around the world covered by different port state control regimes. Now, we call that regimes. These are the MOUs. Now, the most common and the most active are the Paris, Tokyo, AMSA, and the Coast Guard, US Coast Guard. Although U.S. Coast Guard is not an MOU, but they act as like an MOU because they have a very active port state control. And AMSA at the same time, which is part of the Tokyo MOU, but they like to act more independently. And I think some of you who had been there in Australia, you know exactly what I'm trying to say. There are types of inspection that you will encounter with the port state control. And these are the initial inspection. Initial inspection, this is the common inspection. They go on board. It's more of a visual feel of the situation on board. Now, check some documents, the basics. But then, if they find that there are some things there that needs to be looked at more deeply, they do the expanded. That's the next level. Expanded, then they ask for more information, more documents, and more deliberation with the responsible people on board. And then going to the next level, which they think that there could be a reason for detention or the deficiency that cannot be let go, or maybe Code 17 is not sufficient, Code 30 it might be, then a more detailed inspection will be done. And we have a special inspection which is happening now. We'll be finishing by end of November. It happens 3 months, starting September 1 until the 30th of November. And that is the CIC, we call that, the Concentrated Inspection Campaign, which this year is focused. This Concentrated Inspection Campaign is focused on a particular item, which they think that there are, upon assessment, there are more non-compliances that needs to be elevated, and that's when they put it as a focus of inspection. This year, it's the ballast water management. So I think most of you, especially the officers, know that. And it's ending up. So when they go on board for the CIC, there are specific questionnaire. It's actually easy, an easy inspection, because there is a set of questions that they will give you. And all they have to do, it's next slide, that is actually the last, the one on the right, that form, the questionnaire, that is what they will give you, and they expect that the answers will be satisfactory. So then, deficiencies and action codes. So we have, there are so many action codes actually, but these are the most common, and these are the most commonly used, which is Code 10, rectified, Code 15 to be rectified at the next port. You have Code 16 to be rectified within 14 days, and you have Code 17, which is very common. Code 17 is that you have to rectify before departure. And I think this is a way to make it safe also for the port state control. It's always Code 17 or Code 30. So Code 30, if you look at that, is what we are trying to avoid. No? When you are issued Code 30, ship is detained, it's costly, off-hire, penalties, etc. Owners doesn't like that, operators doesn't like that, commercial doesn't like that because of the off-hire. So we have to make sure that we don't end up with a Code 30. I will give you some detention from the port state pertaining to RMI, that is the Republic of Marshall Islands vessels, 24 to 2025. Blue being 2024 and orange is 2025. These are statistics. And you will see that among the regime, among the MOU, Tokyo MOU has most of the detention. Year on year, 2024, we have 78 detentions. And in 2025, quarter 3, the year is not yet finished, so it's 64. It might go up or it might remain the same. But the total detention as of 2024 is 156. These are Marshall Island vessels. And quarter 3 of 2025, that is 124, bit lower. Although I mentioned that we still have 1 quarter left, with the total ships of 4,525, and by 2024, and 4,603 by quarter 3. Total ships inspected. So the ratio is low in terms of detention, but here, in comparison, total detentions, as earlier showed, you will see in terms of the ship type, more detentions happen with the bulk carrier. You know the reason why? It's all about numbers. There are more bulk carriers in the fleet compared to other ship type. That is one element that affects the number. Marshall Island alone has more bulk fleet, bulk tonnage compared to other ship type, container, gas, LNG, LPG. So, and that's to give you the overview. So tanker comes next. Bulker detention. This explains what we have 2024 to 2025. Tokyo MOU, again, has most. And Tokyo MOU also comes out to be the most, the area with the most detentions, because there are more commercial voyages and there are more activities, commercial activities happening around Asian region. Most of our ships actually are active in Asia, and of course, some are in Europe and few in US. And we have the detainable deficiencies. What are those deficiencies that are coming out as the reason for detention, the reason for being cited with deficiencies in observables? It comes out that the bulker has more on the fire safety. Next is the ISM, Safety Management Code, and the LSA, Life Saving Apparatus, MLC 2006, and the load line. I will only mention the top five, because in the next slide, it varies. This is 2024, and then we have 2025, which actually varies with the first top 5 deficiencies that are being cited by the PSC. The total deficiencies of 1,270, actually 11 deficiencies per detention. Meaning to say, if you calculate how many deficiencies per detention, there are 11.1 deficiencies per detention. Deficiencies because a single vessel can get as many as 20 or 25 deficiencies. So here, we are only talking about 11.1 deficiency per detention. And total detainable deficiency is 416, which is 3.6 deficiency per detention. Not so bad, but as much as possible, we don't want detentions. But again, going back, we commit error. We are only human, as mentioned earlier, but there has to be a fail-safe side of it. So next is 2025. You see, fire safety is still the top. ISM is there, LSA is there, but the crew competence came in the top 5. So that gives a picture of question of the crew competence for 2025, because it wasn't there in 2024. It was on the top 10, yes, but top 5, it came in suddenly. So there's a question of maybe trainings, competence of people being hired. And that is quite alarming, because if that goes all the way to the top, then we are in trouble. Because all of these conventions, all of these deficiencies are caused because of the crew competence. Detainable deficiencies 2024 versus 2025, okay. You can see the statistics there. Again, comparing, 2024 has more of the deficiencies compared to 2025 in terms of the top 5 deficiencies. And we put in the Italian detention here because lately, I think it was earlier this year or later last year, we've been encountering some Italian deficiencies. And for RMI vessel, the question is always the minimum safe manning certificate that has been being questioned because RMI, minimum safe manning certificate, indicated cook in the MSMC, but of course it's not required. That's why it is actually blank. It was only included in terms of a line item, but it was not given a number or specific number of required personnel or seafarer. But then the Italian port state interpret that it's there, then it's needed. So we have to come up with an advisory and we have to communicate with the Italian port that the case is that the cook, it's only there as a line item, but there's no indication that it is needed because minimum safe manning certificate, cook is not included in the SMMC. So it's a more of a kind of a typo thing that has been rectified, but we get a lot of inconveniences during that time. Okay, Port State Authority, where is it coming from? What is the role of them, of the Port State, and why are they doing these inspections? It is given in the IMO resolution, A.1185, parenthesis 33. So that is the procedures for PSC. But briefly explain some frequently asked questions about the PSC authority. Here, PSC authority to inspect vessel is granted by the national law of every country, meaning to say the flag state doesn't have to do anything about the port state control. Once you go in to their coastal state, to this coastal state, they are within their territorial waters. Port state control takes on the authority. The flag state cannot do anything. The national law supersedes the flag state authority as long as the vessel is within their territorial water. PSC inspection cannot be avoided if vessel is targeted for boarding. Targeted for boarding, why? Because from the previous port, it has been found that it has deficiency. It has been tagged already in the PSC database, MOU database. So, for all you know, your ship, as it goes around, it leaves a footprint from one port to another, and that is where the port state actually, before your ship arrived in one port, the next port, they already knew what's the problem of the vessel, and they already knew what to look at. So, the PSC officer cannot be denied access to the vessel. Why? Because you are within their territorial waters. They have the power over the jurisdiction. PSCOs can be reasonably and professionally challenged against strong and justifiable regulatory objective evidence. If the captain or the officers of the vessel cannot do that, we do the appeal from the flag state as long as we get the proper report, the complete report of what happens and the facts around it. And that goes to speaking up, of course. Later on, the building trust comes with the port state control officer. What is a deficiency in detention? Simple. Deficiency is a condition found not to be in compliance with the relevant convention. And then you have the detention. It's an intervention action based from the deficiency that has not been actioned or taken action after it was found deficient. Therefore, a PSC inspection begins before vessel arrives in port. All defects, potential deficiencies must be addressed beforehand, and officers and crew should be familiar with local custom. Very important. When you say local custom, how they work. PSC is predictable. For every port, they are predictable. For example, AMSA, they are very particular with MLC 2006 and all this matter because Australia has a very strong union. US is very particular with fire safety and life-saving apparatus. So based from statistic, based from the facts that are available, you can actually predetermine which items you are to focus on. That's why we are sending critical item list to every vessel calling on critical ports, which is US, Australia, China. We send out to the vessel all the checklist for you to observe. And then you have the handling of defects in inoperable equipment. This is where sometimes, despite everyone's best effort, defects in equipment failure occur. No, be transparent. This is communication with the PSCO. Have a repair plan ready available. Seek guidance from the RMI administrator, that's us, or coastal state when in doubt. Exhaust all effort to resolve the matter and provide evidence to prove due diligence. What is important is that when there is a defect that you already knew before you arrive in a particular port, you already have to start your repair plan because it's important that they know when they inspect the vessel, they know that you have done your due diligence already. And be transparent. It's important that before you arrive in the port, before the port call, you know that there will be inspection. You have to inform them already that these are the items that we are actually facing a problem. We have defective equipments. We have a problem with certain appliances or whatever. Because transparency, communication builds trust, and they will be gentle enough to take care of the situation. Information. Port state control, you cannot actually come up with stories that we don't have any spares here, it's not available. They know everything within their jurisdiction because they get information from all of this ecosystem. The tugboat, the charter agents, they ask information. They are being fed by information coming from all of these stakeholders. So they know. You cannot lie. I'm running out of time, and I will make it this quick. Okay? PSC is familiar with local service technician, spare parts. So never tell them that there's no technician available if there is a technician available because they know. And that will start to erode the trust if you start lying about it. And then, importantly, transparency and repair plan. If you have a repair plan, they know that you've done your part. There's no spare, there's no resources for the moment, but you have a plan to rectify whatever problem you have on board. And 80% of PSC detention could be avoided by doing such. Be transparent. This is how to handle, of course. Always communicate with PSC directly. You have to report to the class, and you have to report to the flag state. Those are the three stakeholders that you have to report to. Okay? Do not postpone repairs to another port on the basis of that repair costs are cheaper in one of the upcoming ports because PSC doesn't care about your commercial impacts. Okay? Sorry, I need 1 minute. It's fine. Okay. Safety first. Again, PSC doesn't care about your commercial. You cannot tell that we are in a hurry. We are supposed to be in this port, so we are running out of time. So please spare us this time. No, they don't listen to that. So these are actions regarding detention avoidance. Now, maybe most of you are familiar, but from the flag state perspective, it's very important with the communication. That's what this event is all about: communication, speaking up, and letting us know. Be transparent. And operators and crew actions regarding detention avoidance, you also have a part in making sure that you avoid detention. I mentioned some of this already. Before the next port, you have to prepare. You have to make sure that everything is in place, because it's a routine. You've been to a lot of inspection. It becomes a routine, actually. And then, global best practices, building trust and cooperation. Be transparent, carry out real-time compliance checks prior arrival. Give your full attention to any PSO official. When they are pointing out something, do not be so defensive. Do not argue with port state control. You will not win with them if you don't have a reasonable, injustifiable regulatory facts in hand. Be in communication with the flag prior to the arrival and request assistance from the local class, especially when it is a technical matter pertaining to equipments and machineries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain Bolivar.
Thank you, Captain.
What a great session. So we hope we are enjoying so far. I want to tell you that for photos and presentations, no need to worry, because you have more information during the day, and you will have we'll share information how to get all the photos and the presentations we show you today. So don't worry about it. You will have information about it. But I'm sure it's time for a coffee break, right?
No.
Okay, so let's have a coffee break and be back at 11 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can leave it over.
everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. So, up next from Port State Control Inspections, we have another similar topic. So, who can guess what would it be? Similar to Port State Control Inspections, we have vetting inspections. And this session will show us how vetting is changing and how it is important to keep your vessel ahead of the game. So, to navigate these waters with expertise, please welcome on stage our go-to specialist, Mr. Lakis Dovles, Director of Total Quality Consultants.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. Ooh, that's loud. It's nice to see you again all together. It's always a special moment when you meet so many nice people that makes things happen. And what I will be talking about, it's a change that we see happening in the dry side of our business with the introduction of the risk questionnaire from RightShip. So what we've been seeing the last few years is a process of tankerization, I would call it, of the bulk carrier industry. And what I mean by that is that we are witnessing a big change in the expected standards of safety and operation of bulk carriers. And the prime player behind that is RightShip. So RightShip has been trying the last 5 to 10 years to make the operation of the bulk carriers a much safer and with a lower risk operation. And to understand what is happening, you have to realize, first of all, what RightShip is all about. RightShip now is the prime organization that evaluates the safety of the vessels and reports whether a vessel is safe enough for a charterer and clear the vessel for business. So it is very important for us. And what RightShip has been doing is that they've been trying to create a system that will push the bulk carriers towards the levels that we've been seeing for tankers the last few years. And one of the prime ways that they're trying to do that is through the RightShip questionnaire. And you have to realize that RightShip is owned by the big charterers. And it's BHP, Rio Tinto, Cargill that own RightShip. So by understanding who owns RightShip, you are also understanding what they're trying to do. And the idea is quite simple. They used to have a system to inspect the vessels, and they realized that at the end of the day, it's not the inspection itself that will raise the standards, but it's making a system that has much higher standards than what we used to have. And they've managed to do that with a recent questionnaire, the risk questionnaire, that was first introduced in 2021. And what they've been doing with this questionnaire is not only they changed the inspection process, but they created a new norm, a new standard of how we should operate a bulk carrier. So if you look at the questionnaire itself, you will see that it's very similar to what we used to have with the VIQ for the tankers. Basically, they took the VIQ, they translate it into the operation, they change it for the operation of bulk carrier, and now they expect the same thing from you. And what they're doing with this questionnaire is not only they're giving very detailed process for the inspection, but they also give something which is called the best practices, and they tell you how to run the ship as well at the same time. So not only they changed the process of inspection, but they created a new standard for our industry. You will see inside the questionnaire itself that not only it has the usual questions, actually the number of questions and the type of question haven't changed much. What they have changed is that they have introduced what we call the best practices, and they expect us now to run the ships within these best practices. And these best practices, they come from the industry best organizations. So you will see that they transferred a lot of the requirements from the tankers, for example, for the mooring operations. We didn't used to have any standards for bulk carriers for mooring operations. So you will see they introduced the MEG 4, almost complete to the requirements for the operation of the bulk carriers. So basically, what we have now is a system, is a standard, a series of requirements which are very close to what we have for the tankers. So they took the industry from there, which was basically ISM, basic ISM, and they're trying to put it next to the same level as we have for the tankers. And the way they do it that is through the questionnaire of the risk. Now, what is important for you to understand, we said what RightShip is all about. You have to realize that the inspection process is not a regulatory requirement, it's not a requirement of the flag or someone else. It's a pure commercial requirement, but sometimes commercial requirements are even more important than regulatory requirements. So a good risk inspection means you can get the business. A bad one, you lose business, you lose money. And nobody's happy when you're losing money. Everybody's happy we can do more things when we're making money. So it is very important that this process is successfully completed from your side. Now, we saw the introduction of the risk questionnaire back in 2021, and it went from 14 pages to 200 pages. And why? Because we said within this questionnaire, we now have the new industry norm, the new industry standard. And another major difference that was introduced by the risk questionnaire is that now we don't have just an inspection. We have something which is a combination of an inspection and an audit at the same time. And what you have to keep in your mind is that through this process, they will not only look at the condition of the vessel, but they will look at the same time at the processes you are doing. So most probably, you will have the inspection during a discharging operation, so you will do how you do things. And then they will also look at your system. Do your procedures meet the requirements? Do your procedure cover all the RightShip requirements and the best practices? And the last and most important, they will see you, how you perform, how you interact, how you integrate the system, the people, and the equipment all together. So it's not just a standard inspection. It is a combination of an inspection and an audit at the same time. So now looking at some statistics, we have something like a huge number of inspections. The last 2 years, we're talking about 8,000 inspections. And you will see the good news is that most of them, like 93%, are acceptable. Okay, that's on the green statistics you have on the top left-hand side. So most of the inspections are successful, but be careful. A successful inspection doesn't mean that you get a 12-month period of acceptability, because a lot of the inspections, depending on the outcome, they might have a validity of only 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. So an acceptable inspection doesn't immediately mean 12 months acceptability. And another useful statistics, you will see most of the inspections are carried out during the discharging. So as I said before, they will check the actual processes. And the last piece of information there shows that most of the vessels are now audited around the 13 years of age. Why is this? Because RightShip introduced a requirement that all vessels after the 13th year will have to be inspected annually, and gradually they will get that back to 10-year-old vessels. What does that mean for you? This is a standard process every year for you guys. So you have to get familiar with it, you have to get quite used to it, you have to get very good to it. But having said that, there is another very nice piece of information here, which is the average number of deficiencies in these 7,895 inspections we had the last 2 years. The average number of inspections in the industry is 21.4. It used to be around 5 to 6 deficiencies per inspection before the introduction of this questionnaire, but now the inspections obviously have raised a lot back to 21.4. Now, the nice figure about that is that your company has an average number of findings of 9.8 per inspection. That's an excellent number, guys. Well done. That means 2 things. You are doing a very good job, and you have a very good consultant as well. Now, having mentioned the number of deficiencies, a word of caution here. It doesn't mean that if you get a low number of deficiencies, your vessel will be acceptable. RightShip has changed their system and the way that they evaluate the deficiencies. They use an algorithm now. And if you have a high criticality deficiency, or a no-show as they call it, you are finished. So I had cases with only 10 or 15 deficiencies, and the inspection was not considered acceptable. So keep in mind that the acceptability of the vessel is not only dependent on the number of deficiencies, but is dependent on the criticality of the deficiency. So if you get a high-risk one, you might not go through that. Now, another useful piece of information from the statistics part is the sections that we get most of the deficiencies. So these are the 13 chapters of the risk questionnaire. You will see that most of the deficiencies go to the ISM system. But be careful, when we say ISM system, we don't mean the manuals, we don't mean the SQE department only. We mean all the safety-related procedures on board the vessel, okay? Now, another very interesting piece of information is that the second one is hatch covers and lifting appliances. As I said before, we didn't used to have any standards for bulk carriers. Now we have MEG 4. That's a huge, huge thing for people on board bulk carriers, from no standards as a requirement, going all the way to MEG 4, as we have for the tankers. This is a very detailed set of requirements. Another one is mooring operations. MEG 4 touches not only what we said before, but also the mooring operations, and of course the navigation. So these are areas where you should be focusing a lot when you go through your preparation phase for an inspection. What I've also put here is the 10 most usual deficiencies that they get in a risk inspection. This is, again, not from your fleet, obviously. This is from the industry overall number of inspections. And the number one deficiency that most people get is about mooring lines and mooring tails. And that ties up nicely with what I was saying before, because we have all these new requirements. Again, we went from nothing to MEG 4, as I said before. So obviously, people are not well trained, and most of the people are not prepared for this type of questions as we have. Now, you will see the question like 10.4, but you have to keep in mind that under the question, there are a lot of best practice, a lot of requirements. So the question might be only 3 lines, but the best practice can easily be 1 or 2 pages. Second one, the usual, you showed before, number one issue also with port state controls. Anything that has to do with lifeboat, rescue boats, life rafts, davit systems, launching systems, and so on. Fire drills, abandoned drills are the one piece of processes or information that they look very deep into it. So anything that has to do with that, the records, the forms, what you describe to them, it's what we call a source item. It's something which you should be focusing a lot. Now, a new one, that's the third one, 2,415 deficiencies. Welding and gas burning equipment. Again, from having nothing as a standard, they have a lot of requirements there. And it's not something that the crew can do itself. In most cases, we need additional equipment, additional things that we have to add, procedures. We sometimes call a third-party specialist to do an audit of our oxygen and acetylene room and give us what we need to do on board the vessel. Now the third one, that's a critical one. In closed spaces, entry into closed spaces, again, the culture, the safety culture in the bulk carriers was quite different to what we used to have in the tankers. If you do get a deficiency, serious deficiency with respect to entry into enclosed spaces, unfortunately, it's a high-risk item, and it's what RightShip calls a no-show. You know what is a no-show? No-show means the inspection has failed, and that's bad news, okay? Your safety score goes down, and you have to repeat the inspection. So be very careful with the processes which are related to entry into enclosed spaces. I recently had an inspection, not in your company, in another client's company. They had an inspection. They thought they went very well. They only got 14 deficiencies, well below the average. The results came back, inspection failed. Why? Because they were using the same permit for entry into 2 different areas. Very usual, very typical type of deficiency we get in bulk carriers. So this specific item, entry into enclosed spaces, read very carefully your procedures, read very carefully what the right-ship requirements are, and always keep in mind one very important principle, which is cross-check. They will check your maintenance requirements, and then from the maintenance requirements, they will go and say, oh, you went inside this space. Where is your entry into enclosed space? Okay? Another requirement, which is in the top 10, containment arrangements around hydraulic components. Okay, it's a structural thing. If you don't have it, you have to fix it. Engine room machinery. You have to keep in mind that as with the tanker standards, everything inside the engine room has to be operating properly, and not only that, but you must have also an effective maintenance plan. This is something, again, that in a lot of bulk carriers doesn't work as it should be. And it goes on, so you can go back. I don't have much time left, so I'll go through a little bit faster. You can go and review all these typical top 10 deficiencies. Now, I want to close this presentation with two other important points. The first one is the interaction with the inspector. It is very important you create a relaxed atmosphere. Don't try to have arguments with them. Don't try to say lies which will be easily discovered afterwards. And the most important message here is be frank with them. If you don't know something, go and check it in your manuals. If you don't understand a question, ask them to repeat it. But most importantly, don't say more than what they ask for. Don't do the mistake where they say, Captain, do you have this? And you say, yes, of course, but look also, I have all these nice additional things. Look at this photo. Look at this report that I'm keeping because I'm a very good master. No. You just give them what they want professionally, nicely. It will go on very well. And the last one, because we said, remember, we are talking about the interaction between the machinery, the processes, the people, and the system. You have to know your system. If you don't know your procedures, if you don't know where to find the necessary information, if you are not fluent into going through your system, navigating and finding the right answer, you will have problems. They want to see that the system, the process, the manual, and the people are working together in a nice way. So what I want to close with is that you are doing an excellent job. Keep it like this. But don't be complacent. Things change easily. We expect the new risk questionnaire coming in January. They keep adding things. They keep making more sophisticated until they get to the point where they want. Thank you very much, guys.
Lucky, thank you very much. Very interesting topic. But I have to raise a deficiency for you. Run out of time. Now we will shift from evaluating vessels to evaluating the most important part of any ship, you. Okay, so now we'll start by having a quick poll, and I'm really confident that many of you will participate. Raise hands for those who want to get a promotion. No one? Surprised. Please, feel free, speak up. Raise your hand. Okay. I'm surprised. Anyway, the next topic is about crew evaluation and promotions. So, to guide us through it, please welcome on stage our deputy crew manager, Captain Panagiotis Bargis, and of course my co-host, Captain Dionysis Bogdanos.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I see many old faces and many, many new ones. We are growing, and soon we will need a football stadium to keep you in all together. Myself and my colleague Dionysis, we are representing the crew department, but as ex-seafarers, both of us, we represent yourselves to the head office as well. And we are here to talk to you about very important thing, evaluations. Very important. But you know what? Evaluations are very hard. It's very difficult. Myself, when I am being evaluated, I feel terrible. I'm thinking, am I good enough? Am I doing my job well? What my superiors think of me? And I'm getting nervous. Every day of our lives, we're getting evaluated. Our kids evaluate us. Am I a good father? Your wife, are you a good husband? Right now that I'm here, I'm being evaluated. Am I delivering this presentation well enough? So this is an added stress to everyone. But the truth is that without the evaluations, we cannot get ourselves in the next level. We cannot get better because, you know, people, sometimes they cannot understand if they are on the right track, if there is something wrong with them. On the other hand, being the evaluator is also hard. If I have someone who is very good, I'm happy to give him a good evaluation, he is happy too. But what happens when I have someone who needs some improvement? How will I communicate this with him? How will I make him understand it without feeling that I'm trying to put him down or I have a personal grudge with him? So, why we need the evaluations? We need them to become better, as I said. The one thing the evaluator needs to be extremely careful of is to be objective. When we are doing the evaluations, we have to keep outside any personal differences that we have with the person who is evaluated and make him understand that our evaluation to him is to help him to become better, to become a better person, to become safer and better colleague on board. So what we do, we focus on the skills, we focus on performance and soft skills as well. We don't focus on this guy, I told him good morning and he told me go whatever. So we focus on the important things, on how to help him become better. And another thing I want to mention, which is very important. When we evaluate people for promotion, it is a very standard thing about timing. So we get in the head office around 200 evaluations per day. I mean, it's crazy. We get a lot of evaluations. In many of them, I see very good guy, he knows his job, he can be promoted on his next vessel. We translate this as, I gave him this good evaluation, but I don't want him to be my problem. Give him to the next guy to promote him and make him whatever. So, when you see someone who is trying hard, who deserves to be promoted, take the initiative. Take it on your hands and call us. You know, I want to promote this guy. He is good. I will take care of him on his first steps. It is very, very important. So, I will pass to my colleague Dionysis to tell you more about these things.
Thank you very much, Panagiotis. Also, it's very important to always think that you were once in their shoes, right? So You were not born captains, chief engineers. You all passed through this stage. So you have to have in mind that the new people need to grow as well. So, evaluations. We have a kind of open evaluation, right? Because the seafarer can see his grades, he can make a comment, and it's vital for him to make a comment because we want feedback from them as well. When you have open evaluations, it encourages the growth. You can discuss the weak points. And if there are weak points, then if there is a evaluation that does not result in a promotion at this time, it doesn't mean that it will not happen eventually. So weak points should not be something that discourages you from getting that promotion. It should encourage you to focus on improving and evolving and making the next step to your career, so the next step to your promotion. So as we said, there are a lot of benefits with open evaluations. It's not just the captain that makes a closed evaluation. He can just send it to the office and the seafarer never finds out anything about it. Open evaluations have clear communication standards. You have expectations, you discuss, as we said. It's important because you are directly face-to-face with him. You live with them every day on the vessel, so you know how you can explain and make them better. Make these officers, if it's a second officer, a chief officer, you have him as a second officer this contract, the next time you might have him as a chief officer. You have to have a strong bond. You have to have a good relationship. It's vital for your everyday operations. So the promotion requirements. Many of us rush to get a promotion, right? So we have to have at least 2 evaluations. We say many of these things in the crew familiarization we do as well in the office. The senior officers know already. So we need at least 2 evaluations from different evaluators. That means if we have 2 evaluations from the same captain or chief engineer, it's okay because you worked more with that person in different contracts, but we need to have the verification from another one as well. So 2 different evaluators are one of the main requirements. And of course, the experience in rank, right? So you have to have the necessary experience. You can find this in Appendix 1, Procedure 6. You know that already. So it differs from each rank. Some ranks have higher requirements, some others have less, but we have to meet these standards as well. Also, prior to a promotion, we'll need to have relevant training, right? So let's say you have, you're being promoted to a chief officer or a master. You have to have extra knowledge, ship handling, cargo handling. It's important to get trained on this. As I said, do not rush the promotion process. It doesn't mean just because you fulfill the requirement, let's say 12 months, 12 months. Okay. Once you have this year of experience, you shouldn't just rush if you don't feel confident to actually take up your duties. Have more time in your rank and use this time, this extra time in your current rank to get involved in the duties of the next rank you want to be promoted to. So that will give you enough time because you have the safety of being in your rank, so you don't have the responsibility of the higher rank duties, but you also use this time to train yourself, which is very, very important. And once you feel capable, once you feel ready for it, you will let us know, and should you meet all the requirements we said, we will proceed with the interview, the promotion, and all the procedure that we have to do. And of course, as I said before, the company is also here to support you with training. All the necessary training, sometimes you might find it excessive as well, but I understand. It's for your safety, it's for your development, and for making sure the vessel operations are running smoothly. As Panagiotis said, we have to have a time with a parallel sailing. So, newly promoted officers, this applies for officers mainly and not for ratings, newly promoted officers should sail at least 1 month with the person who promoted them. And if you go for the newly hired, let's say, senior officers, you will have to stay 1 parallel voyage with outgoing officer. This allows for enough time for handover, so it's not like many of you had a handover in the gangway or like a one-hour handover. We do not want that. we want you to feel safe. So newly hired crew will have at least one voyage, preferably one loading and one discharging operation, without going senior officer. This will allow for enough time to clear any dark spots, to be sure you know their whereabouts, have been familiarized with the vessel, and the smooth handover process as we want it. It takes the stress away, actually. So, to close it up, be objective. As we said, don't have grudges with anyone. If someone is a good officer, you might not like his personality or anything, but if he's a good officer and he does well with the crew, leave that aside and write the truth in your evaluation. Use the feedback to develop yourself. Don't take weak points as a negative, as a discouragement. Take it as a motivation. Follow the promotion procedures. Be sure that you feel confident with your rank, feel confident with the duties that you are about to undertake, and always prioritize competence over speed, as we said. Don't rush your promotions. It's very important. And also, don't rush your evaluations as well. If you don't feel confident about evaluating someone, it's okay to write about the weak points. We do not take it as a negative feedback. We take it also as a means to improve. So if we have weaker points from you about an officer, we will make sure that we train him more. And we will make sure that he's ready in the next assignment or the one after to be ready for the promotion. To close up, grow with every voyage. Evaluate fairly, promote wisely, and lead confidently. That's what it is all about, having safe operations, finish your contract, go home safe, and grow in your career. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Panagiotis and Dionysis. Great session.
Welcome back, Maria.
So now it's time to move on and focus to another key part of our operation. I will be honest, I'm not familiar at all.
Our safety and management systems. And to help us navigate these waters again, we have a new and exciting session about something you might not have seen before in this form, the Q manual. I had a preview in the forum in Athens, and I can tell you it's exciting, it's handy, and I think you will also find it as such.
A lot of effort and time has been put by our SQE team, and we sincerely thank them for that. And there is no one better to guide us on this than our DPA, Ms. Sally Moretti.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you so much. Thank you, Maria and Dionysi.
Thank you.
You have been such great hosts, and I'm sure you will continue to do so. So, our Q manual is not here yet. And let me see hands. Did you use your credentials? Cenmar staff gave you credentials to log in and have a look at the Q manual. Did anyone did that? Have you seen it? Do you know what Q manual is? Okay. If not yet, then with this presentation, I will give you a hint, and you will use this email that Cenmar staff sent you to log in and find out what it is about. It is our new digital SMS. It's not here yet. We're still building on it. Please don't be confused about this presentation. Our official SMS is still as you know it in Danaos, not the Q manual. It's not launched yet. But I'm very excited about this new project, and that's why we are having a presentation for a future one. And why we needed a new way to reach the information that is within our SMS. Because over the years, it has become bulky and complex. Both on board and ashore, we need simplicity. We need to easily find a topic, and sometimes urgently. The shipping industry, it is a heavily regulated one, but over the years, no one speak up And we did not say, we didn't speak up about our concerns, about all the requirements that everyone, all the stakeholders wanted us to add in our instructions and our SMS. And that's the result. The result is a very heavy and difficult to navigate in SMS. Even now, the major stakeholders like TMSA, Siren, RightShip, they also require simplicity. But work as imagined, the work you guys are doing on board the vessels, with work as done, is very, very different. The people who prepare the SMS, we imagine how your work is. It is not so easy, and it's been so like since the launching of ISM back in 1998. No, you also need to speak up, to send us feedback, because at the other end of the world, we are at the office writing instruction about what the regulations say and what we think we imagine is right for you, but we don't really know it. You know what is right for you. Please speak up, read your instruction, read your manuals, and come back to us to correct them properly and have them say what your work is actually for. Now, when you're driving your car, what it is better for you? We are on a highway. Do you want to see the sign on with the many words, or you just want to see a number? Exactly. And that is what simplicity is about. So, to simplify our SMS, we need to wash it first. And by washing, we mean take out all the unnecessary words, any duplications, and let me assure you, there are so many duplications. And so we have to use a very user-friendly language with active voice, with easier words, to remove double talk, to arrange contents in a logical order. And this is very, very important, because when you are in a hurry, and especially during an emergency, you want to see what it comes first, second, third, what you need to do in a very easy way and simple. These are called step procedures. And that is what we are trying to do, change all our SMS in being simple with straightforward instructions. And also, one thing that was totally missing, it was the assignment of responsibility. For each and every part of instructions, we have to assign who is responsible for this, either on the vessel or on the office. And we are using the Lovoy method to do that, because it comes from the airline industry, and of course it's so important for them. I mean, when you are in emergency on the plane and you need to get instructions, you understand how important it is. So they devised this method that we are using, and I hope that you have seen by using your navigation manual. You used to have the NOM, but now you have the Navi. And the Navi is really simplified, and it is it looks like this, and we have go on, and we also have now the bunkering manual. Have you seen your bunkering manual, the new one? I hope it looks more user-friendly for you. And what about your work permits? They have been also, we have been trying to simplify the permits, which are so important for your safety. Please use them Without the tick box exercise, we have been trying to make them simple. And that will be the new structure. It's not there yet, no, but there will be no more fleet instruction manual, no more procedures. That will be the new structure. And what are the means? The means to have access to all that we are trying to do will be through a new web tool. Not there yet. We hope you will have it by January 2026, and you will have access from it from your PCs, from your tablets, but not yet from your mobile phones. This is the Q manual, the new SMS. It is just a manual. It is not a software. It is not an application that you have been used to from your Danaos, and it's not like, for example, PMS. It is just a manual. Like, imagine opening a manual, hard copy one. The architecture is very simple. It will get updated very, very fast. We will do everything from the office. And we will have different users. Why? Because we want to have only what is relevant to you. For example, the people in the office, we will use the Q manual for what is relevant to them. And the people on the vessels, we will use the Q manual for your day-to-day work, hopefully in a very easy way. So, I would like now ask Andreas to help me with Go Online. And this is if you go to your PC on board, or your home, or your tablet, and use the credentials that we have given you, you will see this portal. Actually, there are many portals. We have a portal for the office, a portal for tanker vessels, a portal for bulker vessels, so that you can more easily navigate through your SMS. Anyone? Have you seen that before? Thank you. Okay. So, when you see the sketch of the vessel, you can go from these buttons to what it is interesting to you, but this is in a fast way. But if you want to go, okay, for example, Andreas, thank you, you have pressed the dry cargo manual. This will be your new dry cargo manual. It is going to be simplified in the Lovoi method like the Navi is, and if not yet, you are going to receive it within this or the next week. These are the contents of your new cargo manual. We have tried to simplify it. You don't have to see it from Q manual. You will receive it from the NAOS, like you are used to. This is the official manual. This is an experimental stage yet, but this is also our vision, what we want to do. That's why I'm having this presentation today. So, there is another button, the sidebar. If you see, there is a sidebar, and other than the sketch of the vessel, on the sidebar, we have what we thought it was very important and easy to find, like, of course, our safety culture. Everything I want you to know about our safety culture is there. Not ready yet. Thank you, Andrea, but do not press any button. Yes, or maybe just, why don't you press the stop work obligation? Just to have a look on this. Is there a stop work obligation? Let's see that. Okay, I hope you're all familiar with this. Let's go back, please. Let's go to the care and welfare. On your sidebar, there is another portal that is called Care and Welfare, and therein we have gathered everything that is relevant for you from before you leave your home and travel and your employment records, and when you get on board, and when you need to have feel, you know, what we do for you for the mental well-being and the recreation, and of course, most of all, your health and your physical well-being, and everything is in this portal. And it's not something new, it's just bits and pieces of what we used to have in our SMS, but it's now washed and very easy to find and read, most of all. But if aside all the screens we have, you want to find something and you see what all our SMS documents are, we also have a button about all SMS documents, and this is an inventory. In the sidebar, you will see the all SMS documents, and Andrea, thank you very much. If you scroll down, you will find there everything. Your forms, your bulletins, your manuals, the navigation, the cargo, for dry, for tanker, everything you used to know, it's still there. And most of all, why it's in red, the emergency, the ERP, everything is there. It's not gonna be something strange for you, it's what you are used for. Plus, there is something else. The last button on the sidebar, we call it how is it called? Vetting assistant. Both for dry vessels and for tanker vessels. At the moment, the inspector will come on board and they have their tablet and going through. Let's say they write the risk questionnaire. You have just heard from Mr. Dobles about it and how difficult it is. We'll try to make it easier for you. You can use your tablet and have the whole risk questionnaire easily accessible while following the inspector, and by pressing any question the inspector is, then it will guide you to the appropriate section of our SMS so that you can easily reply the question on the SMS part. Okay, there is also the human part and the actual and the equipment part and everything, but at least you will have an easier access. It's not there yet. It's our vision, it's what we are trying to do. We are almost there, and I hope that in a few months you will be able to use it both at home, while traveling, and most of all, while you are on board. And I'm hoping that it will be something that will help you. And why? Because everything we do is about you getting home safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellie. And despite my initial lack of familiarity on this topic, Ellie's presentation was really helpful to me, and I hope it did to all of you. So next time, if you are asked where is the procedure, you can say, in the key manual, just a click away.
And we're about to wrap up the first part for today with a hot topic, which is energy efficiency. It's one of the biggest challenges in shipping today, and it's about doing things smarter, cleaner, and more efficiently. And everyone on board has a role to play in this, right? Both the deck department and the engine department. And for this, I would like to welcome our environmental and energy performance engineer, Ms. Natasha Sakelariou.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our forum. I'm so happy to be again here in Manila after 6 years. So, as you all know, the energy efficiency topic is quite burning in the shipping industry in the last years. So our company is also prioritizing energy efficiency topics. In this presentation, we are going to show which is the approach of the company on energy efficiency and which are the measures that have been implemented all these years in order to achieve enhancement. So actually, the energy efficiency improvement is a continuous process for the company. It is done through SEMP, which is standing for Ship Energy Efficiency Management Plan. Actually, it is a loop of 4 steps, as you can see. The first step is the planning. Then we have the implementation of the planned actions. The next step is the monitoring. Also, at this step, it is very important to establish correct KPIs, the key performance indicators, in order to measure and to evaluate the results. And finally, we have the self-evaluation step, which is very important because through this step, we evaluate and we assess the effectiveness of the measures taken. And we can generate an improved SEMP for the next year and the next cycle. Also, at this step, we get your comments and your suggestions in order to improve the energy efficiency. As we just mentioned, the KPIs are very important because they allow us to build and combust system to enhance the performance. We will talk later in detail for the KPIs established in our company. So, most of you, maybe you are familiar with the EOI, which stands for Energy Efficiency Operational Index. This was one of the first operational indexes that were inserted in the shipping industry in order to monitor the efficiency. As you can see in this formula, it is affected by the total fuel oil consumption multiplied by some coefficients. Also, it is affected by the total mass of the cargo carried and also the distance that is traveled in miles. As you can see and you can understand, this factor is not just a technical factor, it is also affected a lot by the operational profile of the vessels. And what we can do in order to improve the energy efficiency is, first of all, to do the slow steaming. It is the simplest way to reduce the fuel oil consumption. Of course, the propeller superpolishing and the underwater hull cleaning, which is done consistently in our company. Then we follow weather routing. We have several efforts to predict and avoid bad weather. And finally, we control the diesel generator operation. Some other ways to improve efficiency is the weather routing, the voyage speed optimization, the trim and draft optimization, and autopilot improvements, which mostly applied in the new building vessels where energy efficient features are included in the new autopilot systems. Also, regarding propulsion optimization, we have several hull design improvements, energy-saving devices, hull and propeller maintenance. We use in the dry dockings advanced hull anti-fouling paints. And finally, we have applied several machinery optimizations. So here you can see summarize the energy-saving devices that have been installed in our tankers and in our bulk carriers. We will see some photos here. Most of you, most possibly, you have seen them during dry dockings of the vessels. We have the saver fins, the saver stator D, the SARB, which is a rudder bulb. These have been installed in the last new buildings in the Samsung shipyard. All of these saving devices smoothen and improve the flow of the water towards the rudder and the propeller. We can see again another duct of a different technology, of a different, geometry, again smoothens the flow of the water and improves the efficiency. Saver fin again, another type of stator, and so on. Now, regarding the hull and propeller maintenance, as already mentioned, we use in the last dry dockings advanced anti-fouling paints of silyl acrylate and silyl methacrylate technology. And it has been calculated that they provide fuel savings of 3 to 4 percentage in comparison with the conventional paintings. Also, we try during dry dockings to do extensive blasting in order to reduce the roughness of the hull and reduce in this way the frictional resistance. Also here some statistics from 2024. As per our company's policy, we try to do underwater inspection and propeller super polishing every 4 to 6 months. So in 2024, we have achieved a 6.2 rate, which is quite close to our target. Now, regarding machinery optimization, what we do is, of course, the maintenance of main engine and diesel generators, which is done by makers, approved and certified service engineers, modifications and application of design improvement items, condition monitoring such as vibration monitoring, and performance monitoring and establishment of the KPIs. So, the maintenance of main engine and diesel generators includes the overhauling of main engine turbochargers, the timing adjustment of main engine fuel pumps, the inspection of main engine bearings, the overhauling of the governors, the overhauling of the diesel generators, which are all done by certified service engineers in cooperation with experienced roving engineers of the company. And of course, for all these jobs, genuine spare parts are used in order to ensure proper and correct operating parameters. So here you can see some modifications that we have applied in our company. First of all, we have supplied on board vessels diesel analyzers, which are used in order to measure the parameters of the main engines and diesel generators and to produce the performance results. Also, torque meters have been installed, and we have proceeded with alpha lubricator modification. Then we have installed the CJC filters in order to improve main engine fuel oil cleanliness condition, and the 10-micron filters in order to reduce the cut fines from the lube oil system. And of course, another modification is related to the shaft earthing devices. After having experienced some unfortunate incidents with the main engine bearing damages, is the modification of the double slip ring and millivolt meter, which have been applied according to MAN recommendation. And this has been already completed in most vessels of the company. Additionally, in the auxiliary boilers, we have modified the control system from the Unisub controller system to the PLC-based, which is much more efficient for you to use because you can directly control the several parameters. And also the AMOD main engine bearing wear monitoring system has been upgraded. Another way to improve the efficiency is the condition monitoring, which includes several techniques like the vibration monitoring and infrared thermography, which are done simultaneously during the same inspection. Of course, lube oil and cylinder drain oil analysis, condition monitoring of main engine bearings, and of course, Megger tests. So the benefits of the condition monitoring are significant because in this way we can prevent serious damages, and in this way we can avoid huge costs and also idle periods required for the necessary repairs. And also by predicting the damages, we can organize timely the necessary repairs, and we can supply on board necessary spare parts in the most cost-efficient way. Here we can see briefly the results of the thermography surveys. Most of the items diagnosed as satisfactory. Of course, we had some marginally satisfactory and some marginal and unacceptable items. The same goes for the results of vibration analysis. But as you can see, we had several items which were not satisfactory. We had 181 marginally satisfactory, and some other which were avoided from failing, because after every survey and inspection, we take necessary actions. And here you can see the most common defective machineries, which are the boiler feed water pump, the boiler water circulating pump, the air conditioned fan. So you are kindly requested these items to be regularly checked from your side to avoid failures. Here also are the result of lube oil analysis. And we continue with the performance monitoring, which is very important to be done from your side correctly and precisely. I understand that sometimes these monthly forms may be a matter of routine jobs, but actually we ask from your side to pay attention how you report this data, because this is the only way to draw safe results for the performance of the vessels. So we have these monthly forms. I'm sure that you are all familiar with these forms. And also we use some softwares that have been developed by the makers of the main engine and diesel generator. And also at the office we use some software for the evaluation of hull and propeller performance, which is the S-Vessel, the IV for our new building vessels, and also ANCO software. So here we mentioned some very important tips in order to report properly the performance data. Every time the main engine performance should be taken at 50 and 75% of main engine at steady RPM with the rudder amidship and with calm weather condition in order to be able to compare with the shop test. Then the RPM, the power and the consumption should be reported at the same time if it is possible. Also, the shaft power should be obtained from the torque meters. The indicated power should be reported from the diesel analyzers, the fuel oil consumption through the flow meters in order to receive accurate figures. Here you can see the KPIs that we have established as a company. It is the total bunker consumption, which is quite straightforward to understand. Then we have the consumption per nautical mile in ballast and in laden condition, where we have also to evaluate the weather conditions and the speed of the vessel. And finally, we have the diesel generator operational index, which shows how many diesel generators are working at the same time during sailing. So, as per electric load analysis, I'm sure that you are very familiar with this. Only one diesel generator should operate during sailing under normal conditions. However, there are some exceptions like slow steaming, water ballast exchange, purging, maneuvering, and cargo hold washing, where the second diesel generator should be used. So, in order to minimize the fuel consumption, you are kindly requested in open sea and other good weather conditions to use only one diesel generator. Because apart from the increase of the fuel oil consumption, we have also significant impact in several energy efficiency indicators, such as EOI, CII, which have then impact in the operational profile of the vessel. And also, as per maker's recommendation, diesel generators at low loads operations should be avoided. Here you can see the statistics from 2024. As you can see, our Kamsar Maxis were close to 2, meaning that constantly 2 diesel generators were operating, which is totally justifiable since these vessels are equipped with the scrubber system. And then we had the Cape sizes, which had a quite higher score. So, I would like to ask from your side to help us in this effort to improve the energy efficient. We are here to listen and to cooperate. If you have any remarks, any comments, any suggestions from improvement, please feel free to share with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natasha. So after such an energizing session, it's time to recharge. So it's time for lunch break. Lunch will be served on Medley Buffet Medley Buffet area located on the ground floor. And let's try and make it to be back at 1 o'clock sharp to be involved in a very interesting workshop. Okay, enjoy. Thank you.
Hey, hey, mic check. Hey,
Sound check, 12, 12. Hey, sound.
Ένα, δύο.
σφύριξε με λίγο. Can you please take your seats? Thank you. So, welcome back. We are going to run a workshop, and we will need your assistance. What you just saw is a real-life incident, and what we are going to do today is to investigate another incident related to mooring. Again, a real-life example, not from our ships. The scenario goes like this. On the Thursday evening prior to this review, the Venturo was coming into berth at the port in Louisiana to load cargo. The weather was marked by stormy conditions with strong winds and heavy rain, while the visibility was affected by the onset of twilight, although the conditions were not perceived to be beyond acceptable working limits. In response to this, however, the master thought it was fit to instruct additional mooring ropes to be secured fore and aft to help hold the vessel fast. The deck cadet at the forward mooring station was instructed by the bosun to identify the suitable ropes from the forecastle store. The vessel was made fast with the original mooring pattern under the guidance of the pilot with the routine assistance of the tugboats, which were then dismissed. However, within minutes of the ropes being secured, winds gusting up to 45 knots swept through the port, forcing increased tension on the ropes and causing one of them to part. The resulting snap-up hit the deck cadet across his lower body and legs, knocking him down where he stood on the forecastle. He was injured, but not fatally, and medical assistance was obtained with a minor delay. On investigation, it was found that the parted rope showed some signs of abrasion, severe enough to push it beyond its minimum breaking load in the gusting winds. It was one of a set that was already planned for stage replacement, but not yet officially beyond the manufacturer's recommended working lifespan. You, all of you, are assigned to conduct an investigation on this incident. In order to do this, we have a limited amount of time, and you will be assisted. Each table will work independently under the supervision and the assistance of a table coordinator, a person who is familiar with this incident and who will guide you through. So the table coordinators, can you please identify yourselves? Can you please raise your hand so I can see you? Keep your hand up. Keep your hand up. I want to check if all the tables have somebody. The table over there, number 14, somebody is missing. Table coordinator number 14. Keep your hands up, please, so I can see you. Okay, so only we have one person missing, number 14. Dionysi, can you help me on this? No? Okay, thanks. So we'll get somebody to help you. During the course of this investigation, you will receive information about the incident. You will also receive witness statements, and you will have to evaluate all this information. However, the focus has to be on the human element and all the facts of human behavior. We are interested to find out why this happened, to find the root causes. We are not interested to find out who did what. We want to find the root cause. We have 4 crew members who will come here to give their statement, and you will have the opportunity to ask them questions one by one. They will follow our instructions. They will answer your questions, but You have a limited amount of time. Katerina is here with her whistle, and whenever you hear the whistle sound, that will be the end of the session, and you will not be allowed to ask any more questions. So you need to think fast, and you need to think positive, and you need to be able to operate under a bit of time constraint and pressure. The first thing you have to do, with the help of your table coordinator, is to assign a spokesperson. Every table is a group. Every group has one spokesperson who will be the one who, at the end, will give us your analysis, your root causes. The spokesperson is something you will decide among you and keep it. In the meantime, you will be able to ask questions, and I will ask from every table in turn to ask their questions. So you are a team. Every table is one team, one investigation team. So let's commence now. So I invite the table coordinators to open envelope number 1. The first envelope, please open it and give out the information to you. After you read this information, you will be able to have some initial reflections. So I will give you some time to digest this information, and then we will get on. Please go ahead. This is number 2, so it's for later. No, this is for later. Okay. Yeah. Ανάτος. Everybody quiet, please. Thank you for considering. We have with us our first witness. He is the bosun. I would like you all to pay attention to what he has to say. Make your notes. He will give you important information. I would especially like tables number 1, 2, 14, and 15. 1, 2, 14, 15. Please pay special attention because you will have the privilege of asking questions to the bosun after he's finished with his statement. There are microphones on your table. Whoever wants to ask a question will use the microphone. Okay. So, our bosun, I'll give you a short profile before I invite him to stage. He's an experienced seafarer. He has 20 years at sea. He knows the ship well. He knows the port well. He knows his team well. He's very seasoned. He has 6 months already on board the Venturo. He is very eager to get back home. And of course, he believes that accidents are an inevitable part of life at sea because he is so experienced. So please welcome Bosun Takis Abalos.
Hello, everyone. My name is Takis Abalos. I was on board the Venturo for about 6 months when the incident occurred. My colleagues as well have been almost 6 months on board. I have been to this port many times, so me and my crew, we know very well this port. What was different this time was that the weather was very bad. It was heavy rain and very windy. I thought we were sticking to our original plan, but last moment, the master decided that we have to add one more rope. Another thing I want to mention is that communication through walkie-talkie was difficult due to the heavy wind. I'm not so sure that I was able to hear all the instructions correctly. So adding an extra rope, meaning I had to find one, so I sent the deck cadet down to the forecastle to find an extra rope, and I had to use the OS. He was quite new, but I seen him before using the winch, so I needed one extra winch operator. During this time, it was a bit of a fuss, but at some point, I see the deck cadet, maybe he was coming back to report to me about the extra rope, and I see him walking through the snapback zone. I tried to shout to him, I tried to warn him, but he couldn't hear me. In some moment, the wind shifted the vessel, and unexpectedly, the rope parted and hit the deck cadet, and I just saw him lying there on deck. So, fortunately, he was taken off the vessel, and now he's okay. And this is all I remember from this incident. Thank you.
Thank you, Bosun. So I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. Think about the questions you want to make to the bosun, especially tables number 1, 2, 14, 15. You have 1 minute to think about it, and then you start firing questions at him. We have limited time, so think fast, decide fast who is going to speak. Και 30 ήταν πόσο. Εντάξει. Don't worry. Εντάξει, και 30 είναι το λεπτό που τους έδωσα. So it's question time. Tables 1, 2, 14, 15. Any volunteers to ask question? Table number 1, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My first question is, Boson. I just want to know if you conduct a toolbox meeting before doing the said activity. Also, if you ask confirmation or permission from a chief officer, because I think in that situation, chief officer is not on that situation.
Yes,
You-
Chief
you let
Officer
your judgment.
was on the bridge at the time. We had our toolbox meeting, and everybody knows their job. It's not my place to ask questions, so we just proceed as usual.
So everybody, please listen to the information from the boss, and it will come in useful. So please, even though you're not asking the question, please pay attention. Anybody else? Any other question, please? Number 2, table number 2. Please stand up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question to the bosun is, in the time of captain asking for the additional rope, you have inadequate crew because you have only 3. 1 operator and 1 bosun and 1 deck cadet. So that time, it is possible to make additional rope only for 3 persons enduring gusty weather and bad weather. It is?
It is possible. I have the people. When they bring them to me, it means that they are trained, they are ready to do the job. I put them all in order, and they are just doing the job.
Any other question, please? Anybody else? Table 14, 15? Any question? Table number 15, please.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon to all. Okay, my question is, since that you have the the OS and cadet with you, why you choose them, which is inexperienced person for that kind of operation?
I didn't have anybody else to use, and I didn't want also to question the orders from the captain or chief officer, so I think it was business as usual. We just do our job. No questions asked.
And also, why you did not speak up and apply for the stop work obligation?
Look, my friend, look, we have this uniform here. It says safety cards. They give us some cards. I didn't read them. I usually use it to put food inside because they give me long time in the forward station. So I don't use these cards. I don't want to have trouble with the captain.
Hello, sir. Additional for that, sir, did it not mention or...
Please stand up. Please stand up. Who is speaking?
Sir, excuse me.
Who is that?
From table 4. Table 4, sir.
Okay, got him.
Yeah.
Sir, we have WO, staff working obligation for every crew.
Quiet, please.
Did it not apply on this case scenario?
It might have applied, but I'm telling you, we try not to have trouble with the captain. We don't want to,
I understand that
Yeah.
this case scenario is very in need enough time. So I mean, quick time to perform this because we have a danger situation. So, but in this case, as we have a card, we are always in the safety meeting, toolbox meeting in the morning. We have always mentioned this one. But
End of time. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the bosun. Like we said, we need to be fast, we need to think fast and ask fast. Time is very limited for this exercise. So the information is coming and you are taking notes and we will get to a result, I hope. Now, we have one more witness with us. It is the captain. We have the captain with us. A very experienced seafarer. 25 years at sea, 3 months on board. Very authoritative, as you will see. Speaks in a loud tone and very clear voice and very traditional attitude. She expects all the crew to have been briefed by their officers and does not like to be held accountable for the accidents that should never have happened in her time. So, tables number 3, 4, 12, and 13, but everybody as well, but especially 3, 4, 12, 13, please be prepared to ask questions. And let us welcome Captain Eli Reyes, please.
Good afternoon. I am Eli Reyes, and I was in charge of the Venturo at the day of the incidents. All crew was reporting to me. I have here my notes for this deposition. It was not an unusual day as we approached port, at least not to begin with. We were experiencing heavy weather and trying to ascertain if it was worsening or not. Wind speeds were already at 25 knots, and as we approached port, it felt an opportune moment to ensure the vessel would be fast more robustly. So, I instructed that an extra rope be prepared both fore and aft, so that rather than a 3-4-2 rope configuration, we'd have a more secure 3-5-2. It was a simple matter, but communication were not so easy due to additional noise from wind and rain. This impacted our arrival and resulted in some confusion on board. Though I still don't understand fully why, as everyone should know their roles if they'd been briefed properly. As I was instructing Bosun Abalos to initiate the mooring process, the chief officer was engaged in a conversation with the pilot, apparently asking him if he thought we should delay entry into port. But I could have been wrong, as I didn't hear their full conversation. From my point of view, there was no need to alter our plans, as it was sufficiently safe to proceed. I was assured by the bosun that all crew were briefed and capable of dealing with the current conditions. It is very unfortunate that the cadets should have been crossing the snapback zone, something he knew better than to do, at exactly the moment the rope parted. Perhaps there was something that needed to be attended to with the extra rope. Either way, he took less due care and attention than he should have done, and really, it is a matter of poor human judgment. On any other day, the rope might have missed him.
Again, take a minute to think about what you heard. Then you will fire with questions. I see somebody's already there, but give a minute to everybody to consider what you heard, and then you'll fire away. Okay, please discuss and get prepared for the questions, especially tables 3, 4, 12, and 13. So get ready to ask questions. Table number 12 is very keen. Please stand up. Number 12, the mics are open. No need to touch the microphone, they are open.
Okay.
Please. Quiet, please, to listen to the question.
Yeah, as being a captain, why did you change since the mooring plan is 244 like that, then why do you change the plan, the berthing plan, the mooring arrangement?
Sure,
Which
yeah.
is, yeah.
Well, we
And
were
another-
seeing that the wind
so
was...
one more thing, ma'am.
Sure.
So one more thing is, why did you, you are not aware of the condition of the mooring ropes, which is the remaining one to be used?
The condition of the mooring ropes,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
said? I have, but this is the job of the bosun and the chief officer. I assume that the condition of the mooring rope is just fine. And we saw that the wind was increasing, and of course, we had to berth. We needed to berth. It was imperative for the job of the vessel. The chartering department has instructed us to do so immediately. So we had the next voyage, and we had to berth, no matter the weather conditions. That's why I asked. I changed the configuration of the ropes and changed the mooring plan.
Thank you, Chief. Any other question, please? We need to move very quickly. Questions, please. Table 3, 4. Table number 4, please.
Yes, Captain. Did you use all necessary manpower for emergency situation on this matter of bad weather condition?
I'm sorry, you said about the bad weather? It was just another normal day. Okay, we know the sport very well. We've always been there for so many times. It was something very usual for us. Okay, the winds were increasing, but we took the weather forecast, and it was not something out of the extraordinary. I mean, okay. I believe that everybody was well familiar on how to react in such a situation.
Table number 3, please. Your question.
Yes, sir. So, Captain, when you were aware that the weather become deteriorated and you know the wind become disgusted, so why you consider to request tugboats to stay the vessel to become longer stability on the port?
To delay? You mean to delay?
No. What I mean is why you don't request some tugboat assistance to remain the vessel on the
Tugboat.
port?
Well, the pilot was there, and he didn't mention anything. So, well, I didn't confront him, and I didn't think of asking him about the extra tug. I thought we could handle it, and yes, we could have. We do have the experience to do such things. Yes, thank you.
Table number 13. Any question? Please.
Captain, if you knew your crew, how did you communicate with your crew, as you were saying that communication wasn't not that good? Are you only assuming?
Well, okay, but yes, my bosun is so experienced, and all the crew is briefed by him when they're on deck, and they should know their positions. Everybody knows the snapback zone. I mean, there is no need for me to communicate with them while at the mooring station. Plus, I had so many emails to reply to when I was on the bridge and so busy, and the pilot was there, and I mean, okay, they can handle these things themselves, so no need.
Any other question? Quickly, anybody? One question. Table number 2.
Captain, good afternoon. The another question that we have that we brought us in our table, during the time of last-minute decision, you make last-minute risk assessment and apply for the operation conducted in order to additional rope during the time of bad weather.
What was the question? Yes, we did apply for an extra rope, but what was the question?
Last minute,
Last
LMRA,
minute,
yeah,
last minute. Well,
risk
the
assessment.
weather is the weather. You cannot control the weather. I saw the weather changing last minute.
End of time. Thank you very much. One round for the captain. Thank you, Captain. Now we will have a very short break. You have seen already 2 statements. You have some information. Please take a few minutes, discuss among yourself, start thinking about the root causes. To help you, we have a PowerPoint. On the PowerPoint, we will put on the screen. We have some example of root causes related to human behavior to help you. So please have a quick discussion among yourselves, and then we'll continue with the interviews. Thank you. Στο τετράλεπτο. Στο τετράλεπτο θα τους δώσω τα... So can I have your attention, please? Your attention, please. I am told that we have some new information coming in the form of a statement and some new information about the weather and about the mooring ropes. So table coordinators, can you please open envelope number two, and distribute this new information to the people on your table. And everybody, please take a few minutes to go through this information and make additional notes. It has important details in there that you will be able to use in order to arrive at better conclusions. So please take a few minutes to review this, and then we'll carry on with our exercises. Envelope number two on all tables. Thank you. So, can I have your attention, please? You had your time, you reviewed the information, and we have to carry on. We have two more witnesses to interview. They will give us their statement, and then you will ask questions like before. You know the process. This time, we are looking at tables 5, 6, 10, 11. 5, 6, 10, 11. Be prepared, take your notes. Our next witness is the OS. Not more than 7 months experience in total and only a couple of weeks on board this ship. Is feeling a little bit isolated, a little bit afraid, eager to prove blameless in this incident review because it's the beginning of a career. Definitely needs the job, is under pressure from a family with tradition in seafaring. So please be kind to the OS. Please welcome OS Ali Jean Gray. Thank you.
Hi, so I'm Algin, the ordinary seaman of MB Venturo. But first, I just want to make sure I'm not going to get in trouble for speaking here, right?
I don't know. We have a no-blame culture in this company. We try to enforce it, but it's not always possible. But we'll do our best. Feel free to speak up and to answer the questions that the people may have.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's a relief. Thank you. So, I've been at sea for 7 months only, following the footsteps of my family. So really, I'm still learning. I only been on board Venturo for 2 weeks. So on the day we're talking about, well, it wasn't a good day. When we came into the port, the sun was already setting, and the rain and wind made everything more difficult. Oh, let's just say darker. We had our toolbox talk earlier, and everyone else seemed to know what they were doing for the mooring. So I thought I would just listen, watch, and follow instruction as I wasn't familiar with the mooring procedure as they were. The tugboat helped us into port as normal, so it was pretty straightforward maneuver. I think rough, but not terrible. We threw the ropes to shore. I noticed that one of the ropes on deck seemed to be tangled because there was some slack. I went to free it, but just then the weight came on the rope, and I almost got my hand caught. It was foolish, but I wasn't really thinking. The bosun saw me. Well, you can imagine what he said. So it's not something I will do again. Well, I guess I was just lucky. The weather seemed to be getting worse. That's what it felt like. The bosun was shouting. I don't know what. He told me to prepare a winch for the additional rope, so I did. I was told. I watched it being operated before. I must say, at one point, I heard another rope very tight, and in my opinion, it should have been slackened because there was a lot of tension, you know. But the way the rope was laid out for mooring, the rest of it was out of my view, and it wasn't my job to question the bosun. My uncle always told me to listen to do what I was told. I think around at this point, I saw the decadent crossing the forecastle. I don't know why he was walking across it. Maybe he had to. I don't know. So he walked right across the snapback zone, the danger zone. Nothing is painted on the deck, but everyone knows it can be dangerous. And it was really wet and slippery. I think he would know, so I didn't say anything. But also, I was watching for more instruction from the bosun. Just then, I felt the wind pick up and the vessel move and the rope parted. The next thing I see, the deck cadet was already lying on the deck and the parted rope. I saw the bosun run over to him. I didn't know if I should help or stay where I was. The one rope must have been hit him, whatever. He knocked to the floor really hard. You could see that he was breathing but not conscious. The bosun called me to come over as he called for medical help. He was taken off the vessel by the medics. I heard he will be okay. So is he going to be okay?
I think he's going to be okay. He was lucky, and luck plays a great importance. So please, take half a minute, think about it, prepare your questions. The OS is here to answer your questions for a very short time, limited time. So please, tables 5, 6, 10, 11, please be ready. Πάμε για 7 και βλέπουμε. So, are we ready for questions? Table number 11, please. Table number 11. Please stand up.
OS. As per your explanation, during your duty, do you already seen the deck cadet crossing this line? Why you do give warning or shout?
Okay. Everything happened so fast, so I didn't have much time to give him a heads up that it's going to be really dangerous.
Table number 10, please. Microphone.
For my question for OS, during the situation the weather was very worse, and you noticed that one line was already under tension. Did you already inform any officers like Boson or regarding this matter? Because if you anticipate that it will become to be later on an accident, you need to inform everything because you have already insights that insight or aware that during mooring operation, tension cables or ropes are very dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just 2 weeks old on board, and I don't think I am in the right position to tell my superior that this is wrong and this is right. So, yeah.
Keep in mind, it's a very junior OS, huh? Not very easy. Other questions, please? Table number 6, please stand up.
Hello, respected OS. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you.
Sorry to hear the unfortunate incident. My point regarding your statement is that you said that you're 2 weeks into the vessel. Is that correct?
Sorry?
2 weeks into the vessel.
Yes.
So you think you're trained enough to operate a winch?
I was just following instructions from my superior.
That was my question. You are saying that you are following instruction, but you don't have an answer to my point that are you trained enough for the operating the winch or not?
Okay, thank you. Great question.
Any other question, please, for the OS? Oh, time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause for our OS, Ali Jean. And now we are coming to our final interview. It is the chief officer. The chief officer is in her mid-30s. She has experience at sea. She's been 18 years at sea, on this vessel for 3 months. She is married and has 2 young children. But for this reason, she feels immense pressure being away from home. And she feels that this investigation, this incident, is a risk to her career. She doesn't want to have this on her record, and she wants to go unscathed through this investigation. So please welcome for our last interview, and tables number 789. 789, you haven't spoken so far, and table 14, don't think I forgot about you. Table 14 also hasn't spoken. So 7, 8, 9, and 14, please be prepared to ask a question to Chief Officer Rosemary Loxin, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chief Officer Loxin Rosemary of MB Venturo. And here is my statement. During the incident, I was on the bridge. The master had a con during the maneuvering, and I was assisting. The pilot was on the bridge as advisor, and one helmsman was on the rudder. At that time, master, pilot, and I were on the bridge wing, and the rest of the crew were on the mooring station. The communications through the walkie-talkie was difficult because of the strong wind blowing through the microphones. That day, the weather is not favorable for berthing, and the wind was constantly increasing. The master and I thought we could deploy and moor one more rope forward. The pilot did not quite agree with us, but it's the master's decision. So he instructed the bosun to put out an additional rope and cover the extra winch position. I remember they exchanged message 2 to 3 times until they confirmed mutual understanding due to poor communication. As we approached the berth, the wind was rising, but the pilot spoke with the port authority and they said, it's just temporary. So we proceeded. The master reminded the bosun to monitor the tension of the mooring ropes and slack them evenly if necessary. Then suddenly, a strong wind came. We heard the bosun on the walkie-talkie shouting something about the rope, but we couldn't clearly understand. Then we realized a parted rope had hit a deck cadet. We all know that the deck is always hazardous, slippery, and we all are aware that the mooring station is a live snapback zone. I couldn't understand why the cadet was standing near the tension rope. The bosun asked him to bring extra rope, but the cadet could have gone the other way, not that way. That day, the medical teams arrived quickly, and the cadet disembarked to receive medical care. I have been told that he will recover, fortunately. In my view, condition seems routine for shipboard operations until that sudden gust. I suppose that focusing on the task can override safety awareness, even if risks are well known. That's all on my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So again, you know the drill. 7, 8, 9, and 14. Take half a minute to think about questions, and then I'm going to ask to you. And then again, of course, the floor is open to anybody else who wants to ask questions as well. So question time, please. Table number 7, please. This must be open, the mic.
Hello. Good afternoon, Sir Chiefmate. My question is, Chiefmate, do you challenge Master or do you speak up about the situation that the safety awareness violated because the strong winds is...
I'm sorry, sir, but I do not want to have any conflict with my master. I just want to finish my contract and go home.
No, but you have the right to speak up and challenge the Master because this is the safety of all vessel. Everything, this is the safety.
I'm sorry, but I do not want to have trouble with my master, sir.
It can happen, very rarely. Question, table number 6, anybody? Over there. Table number 8, sorry, please.
Hello, Chief Officer.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, our question is, assuming that you are the captain on the bridge, so what will you do about the situation?
I'm sorry, sir. I was a chief officer. I'm not in the position to decide for the master.
Yeah, that's only assuming because you're also on the bridge. So you're the one talking to the pilot. So assuming you're the master. So you have also some actions you have to do.
I believe we did what is right, sir. If I am the master, I'm decisive. I do what is on my mind, and I don't think something will happen bad.
Thank you. I don't think this chief officer is up for promotion very soon, huh? Table number 9, any question, please?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chief. As a chief officer and knowing about sudden change of weather, why did you allow the rope replacement to continue? And why did not call any extra officer to go forward on monitoring the situation?
For the weather conditions, sir, it's the master's decision. For the other officers to be called, they were on the rest hours. I do not want to disturb people resting, sir. What will happen if I disturb the rest hours?
I think there is an exemption regarding the rest hour in case of quick emergency or critical situation.
The operation, sir, was the call of the master.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Table number 14, any question, please?
Good afternoon, Chief Officer.
Good afternoon, sir.
As a Chief Officer, did you know if the deck cadet was properly trained on safety on board your vessel, especially during that adverse weather situation?
Yes, sir. I believe the company also only brought people on board who undergo required training before joining vessels. And also, the bosun confirmed that everyone on board has been briefed properly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question? Anybody from the floor? Table number 12.
Excuse me, sir. Ma'am, I have a question.
Table number 12 first, please.
Sorry, I know I'm the coordinator. I'm not supposed to ask, but I'm just curious. As a chief officer, you know the condition of your mooring ropes, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. You answer yes. All right. Very good. Then you know very well that it's under extreme weather, and then you still go ahead to let the master, and then you did not advise the master that the mooring rope was bad condition. Why?
We have bosun on the safe mooring station,
Yeah,
sir.
but you know
They
that
will be the one to monitor that. And also, I do not want to have conflict with my master.
Because you want to finish your contract.
What can I do?
Thank you.
I'm just a chief officer.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Chief. A round of applause for our Chief. Now, this last statement concludes our statements. You have heard from all four witnesses. You have written statements from the helmsman, from the terminal manager. You have details about the ropes, about the weather. So everything, all the information you need is here. Please take 5 minutes to discuss amongst you. And then remember, we said in the beginning, every table has a spokesperson, a representative. I will come to the representative to give me your root causes, to give me the final decision of what you have arrived at. Keep in mind all the things that we discussed earlier about speaking up, about failing safely, about creating an environment of psychological safety so that people can speak up and you will be able to listen. Keep this in your mind, and keep also in your mind the 5 why procedure, which is what we use in order to investigate incidents, which is up here. So please, take 5 minutes to discuss, and I will come then for your opinion about the root causes. Thank you. Spokespersons, get ready. Half a minute, and then you will have to give us your insights or your root causes. So that concludes the investigation, and now I have to listen to your findings. So please, any volunteer who will start to tell me what you arrived at? Can I see your hands, raised hands? If not, I will choose a table. Here we go. Table number 6, please. Table number 6.
So I have come to 3 root causes.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The 3 points that I want to highlight here, first of all, is complacency. Second, collective normalization. Third, situational awareness. The complacency, reason behind, nothing will happen. It's someone else's job. I am about to finish my contract. Repeated statements like this. Collective normalization, whether it's okay, not, it is a very normal procedure. That is a collective normalization. Situational awareness, not aware that the rope is not fit, the cadet is walking into the snapback zone, and weather is not very well. Situational awareness. 3 root causes as per me identified.
Very good, thank you. So complacency, collective normalization, and situational awareness. 3 soft skills that we're lacking here. Please, table number 5.
Good afternoon.
Quiet, please, everybody. Let's listen what our colleague
Our
has to say.
table analyzed the interviews and news information using a root cause and human factor approach. We identified 3 main insights contributing to the incident. First, there was a significant communication breakdown. Environmental noise, unclear instructions, and last-minute changes to the mooring plan created confusions. Important messages were not verified. An experienced crew did not fully understand their task. Second, leadership style and safety culture influenced crew behavior. The authority gradient discouraged speaking up. Staff work obligations was not used, and the toolbox stocks was incomplete. Inexperienced personnel were placed in high risk areas without adequate supervision. Third, commercial pressure strongly affected decision making. Despite poor weather, operations continued to avoid delays, distractions, fatigue, and cost-driven decisions also contributed. In summary, better communications, stronger safety culture, and clearer leadership decision making could have prevented the incident. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A lot of good stuff there. Thank you. And let's keep in mind that communication or breakdown of communication does not only mean I cannot hear well over the walkie-talkie. It's about getting the essence and understanding what each other has to say to each other. So this is very important. Anybody else? Table number 4?
Table 1, sir.
Table 4, coming then to table number 1.
Good afternoon, sir. Our groups have three root cause analysis, which are human factors, equipments, and the weather. Under the human factors, which were complacency, lack of situational awareness, leadership decision, no accountability to the officers, sir. Second one is the equipments, which are ropes. They are poor condition. And the second one is the radio poor communication. The last one was the weather, due to the weather, unfavorable weather conditions, sir. That's all, sir.
So, the last one was the weather conditions.
Yes, sir.
So this is a factor, but this is always a contributing factor because the weather is an external factor, and then it is on us to handle this weather and to decide if we will do an operation, how we will do the operation. So yes, it is a contributing factor, but it is not really a root cause. But of course, all the others you said, it is there. So thank you very much for your contribution. Let's go to table number 1.
Based on the scenario, our insight is the following. Number 1 is the complacency.
because everyone knows, assume they know everything. And number two is poor judgment due to commercial pressure. And number three, also the situational awareness. There are a lack of situational awareness, especially in safety. And not speaking up. Everyone just close their mouth. Even they want to talk, for example, safety. Even the SWO, the stop working obligation, they keep silence. That's what's very important, not speaking up. One of also poor communication. Not speaking up is also together with that poor communication. And I think the last one is the ineffective of safety culture. Not practicing the last minute risk assessment, toolbox meeting, everything, training. That's all.
Thank you, thank you. So what we're saying is that we're having a complete breakdown of the safety culture across the board, from the leadership down to the safety, the toolbox talks, and everything. I have a question for you, because it was mentioned quite a bit about the people not being able to or willing to speak up, and they use the stop work obligation. Whose fault is this? Is it the person who didn't speak? We saw the bosun, we saw the OS, we also saw the captain. Who is responsible to create the environment of safety so that people will be able to speak? So it is back to leadership. It's what we said earlier today. It is about leadership, and it's about creating an environment of safety so that people are free to speak up without fear. And we'll talk more about this over these 2 days, and it is very important, and this is why our conference is titled about speaking up and building trust. So anybody else, any other table wish to contribute? Please. I think we've covered a lot of stuff. We also have on our screen, we can put the PowerPoint, which is the root cause analysis, and you have everything there. Commercial pressure is there, not speaking up is there, nothing can go wrong, complacency. So this is the actual investigation, the results that the investigation arrived at. You did very well to pinpoint all of these points, and I thank you very much for contributing. One thing I want to say before we close is that mooring is a very hazardous operation, and it is a very risky operation because, number one, we do a lot of mooring operations. It's a very frequent occurrence. Number two, it is not repetitive. It is something that changes every time, different port, different conditions, different people. For these two reasons, mooring is a very dangerous operation. The most accidents, fatalities that happen on board ships are created by mooring, and then by boarding and disembarking from ships, and then when working aloft. So this operation is critical, and we need to pay a lot of attention to it. You need to apply all of these sound judgments that we found here, we talked about. You need to make this your everyday practice, and please emphasize to your people that they must speak up, they must convey the message, it will save them. It is a barrier, we said it earlier, speaking up is a barrier to be applied, and it is something that you have to keep always in your mind. We cannot be complacent, we must be aware. So before we close, I would like one round of applause, first of all, for our timekeeper, Katarina. Secondly, for your table coordinators who guided you through this exercise. Thank you very much for your participation. And last but not least, for our 4 witnesses who did the hard job, our bosun, Mr. Takis Abalos, please. Master, Chief Officer, OS, please come on the stage. A round of applause for them. They did a great job. Thank you very much. And of course, thank you all for participating and making this worthwhile. Thank you. Shall we go? And I will now hand over to our hostess, Maria.
What a great session. Thank you very much.
Thank
Very
you, Maria.
interesting from my end as well.
I will take this.
Dionisi?
I'm here. Thank you very much for this quite an interesting workshop. So what's next? Let's all imagine a situation I'm sure most of you have experienced that situation. Let's say it's 6 in the morning, you are in the port, 7 in the morning, let's say. The bunker barge is alongside. Also, the crew has arrived, the new crew, your relievers, and also you have some provisions. And maybe some inspection as well. Does that sound familiar? Anybody? Yes, a lot of times. So, that is what brings us to the next topic, right, Maria?
Yeah. And our presenter today fits perfectly to this description. He's not only our dry fleet MAROP supervisor, he's one of the key pillars behind these forums. He's the person that keeps all the details in file in order to make these forums a really success. So let's welcome on stage the one person who can really, truly CMOPS his way through it, Mr. Andreas Handris.
Yes, yes. Okay. So, hi everyone. Hi again. I want to start by stealing the thunder of the morning discussion that we had just a while ago and tell you a short story of what happened only a few days ago on board MV Alliance. When actually the vessel was in India, and due to commercial pressure by the receivers were asking and pressing the vessel to berth at a berth which is much smaller than the actual size of the vessel by 60 meters. So the master took a decision and said, you know, we cannot berth. He checked with the other masters in the area. They were asking other vessels to berth. They were trying to find a way out for their terminal reasons. But the master and the personnel on board, and of course the office supported, and we said, no, the vessel will not berth at this. At the end of the day, we're coming to the same thing that we have been discussing all day, and we will discuss again tomorrow about speaking up. It's up to you to come and say that, you know, this is not safe. And then I will go on and tell you something about CMOPS. You know what is CMOPS? Exactly, simultaneous operations. Things going on together at the same time. A lot of people are in the room that we have worked together. You know how we work. A lot of people will see us in the recent months to come, how we work and how we cooperate. The fleet is expanding, so a lot of things will go on. But from our side, remember one thing. Safety comes first. Nothing else. Okay? As long as you keep us advised. And I will tell you a story a bit later about that. So what is actually CMOPS? All these things that Dionysi said just a while ago. Everything happening at the same time. Bunkering, crew changes, stores, lubes, inspections. And not to tell you about our story and the operations, you know, where is the stowage plan? We are about to get fixed. Come on, the prefixture questionnaire, what is going on, right? But let me tell you a short case study. And I'm sure that some of you know the story either by being on board or maybe from your friends. It was a vessel of our fleet. She was in Singapore, and of course, a lot of things going on. You can see a few things there. I will not, read them all. The story behind is that we had the spillage of some lubes on deck. Right? Thankfully, on deck, contained, all okay. But there is a story behind that. There is a story that all things together cannot work out. And why they cannot work out? Because at the end of the day, you find out that some things went wrong. And of course, it's common and human to make errors and to forget something and make mistakes, but otherwise we need to organize ourselves, right? So what were the root causes from this incident? So the valve was not fully opened. The corrosion of the starboard side flange, not proper inspection before the operation. The checklist not followed thoroughly, of course. Who follows the checklist when you have 100 things going on? Stress and not efficient preparation. We have a lot of things. Let's wake up, blah, blah, blah. We are arriving, we have the navigation, we have a lot of things. Forget about the checklist. A lot of things in their mind, but SIMOPS. So, just to get an idea of how you think on that, I would like to please take out your phones and scan this code. Let's try to see how we think in this room. Let's try to see how we can all work this out together, at least not in 100%, because 100% we can never achieve. But we are trying to. As long as we try for the best, then eventually it will come. So this is a Slido. This is not the QR that you have on your table. The ones that are on the screen, So you will see some questions there. Select the ones that you believe are applicable. So let's see, I believe that everybody is just joining. Have you all joined? Anyone having a problem? It's very easy. It's not something that you will be tested. It's just your quick thoughts on that. There is no right or wrong answer, okay? Costa, let's go on. It's okay. Can we share some things here? It's just a matter of discussion. It's not something that we need to spend more time on that. So what are the challenges and risks of SIMOPS? I believe that you can all see that there are so many challenges and risks, and all of them are part of that. Let's go to the next one, please. What is the most important procedure prior calling a port where SIMOPS will take place? So most of you say that the meeting on board and the planning and the risk assessment are the most important things. Okay, this is an idea. There is nothing wrong or right here, right? It's a matter of things that we can see how they work for us. Which procedure and measures are important for SIMOPS? Risk assessment, management of change SIMOPS plan, identify the SIMOPS, all right, very nice. And who is responsible? Now, this is a question that we can discuss. The master of the vessel, the master and the operator, the master and the agent, the charterers. So overall responsibility, let's go back to the presentation. So overall responsibility, you believe that it is the master's. Okay, more or less, we can say that the master is responsible, but he's not to bear all this burden alone. Let's say we have an example like this one. Please leave your phones. Please leave your phones. Let's focus back on the presentation. Guys, please leave your phones. Phones off. We are just back in the discussion. It's nothing to reply there. It's okay. Imagine having a 24 hours port call, right, in Singapore. You have your arrival time. Immediately you have the technicians coming on board, starting to fix things. You have the on-signers first. Not everybody disembarking immediately. We are not rushing in. We need to have time for the familiarization. We need to make sure that our colleague is informed of what is going on. And then we have the difficult parts, the bunkering, the loops. These are critical things. These are things that involve the words pollution inside, safety. These are things that you should focus on as a priority. The underwater inspection. This is also important. People are going in the sea, checking your hull. Sometimes it's not only a matter of performance, as Natasha said. It's also a matter of the safety of the vessel and the inspection of the hull. You know, over the years, and Mr. Pandos is here to correct me if I'm wrong, we have found a lot of findings under the water of the vessels that we were not informed before. Stores and provisions, really critical for you, for the vessel, and for us. But they can wait at the proper timing in order for the jobs at the first day of the daylight to complete, and then we can do the rest. Of course, I fully understand that it's a very, very busy day for the crew. But if we organize well, some crew will focus on one part of the job, and some other crew will focus on the afternoon part of the job. And then you have the off-signers, just before the vessel sails out, and the departure of the vessel. I'm not talking about the operation side and the stowage plans and the request, because very, very short story, and I'm finishing off Dionys in 2 minutes, is a story I had with Captain Willie, who is among you today. The vessel was passing Turkish Straits. I was calling, Captain, where is the stowage plan? We are losing the subs, what is going on? He says, we are with the pilot, we are transiting the straits. I cannot reply right now. Honest and simple. Then we take care the stowage plan from the office side. Very simple. And then you reply later on. But we need to be honest and speak up together. We cannot work all at the same time. So, roles and responsibilities. The head office need to inform you what will happen at the next port of call. But also from your side, you need to identify that this is coming up. We are going to a difficult port. We are going somewhere that we need to handle a lot of things together. So you go back to the office and say, what am I going to do? I have a suggestion. I'm going to do this and this and this. Would you agree? What is the agent saying? So all these things have to have a coordination before arrival, but it has to be initiated from your side. You have ordered a lot of things from all the departments. You know better than us, at the end of the day, what are you getting and what is important for you. You have an inspection, a right ship inspection. Call the operator, call the spares department and say, I need this spare before even berthing alongside. Simple and clear. You can prioritize what you need and what you want from your end. The service engineer first, the service engineer first. We will make everything possible in order that you have what you need. The CMOPS matrix is this at the end of the day, which is very simple, as you see, colors and... But this is something that is changing very, very soon. And our deputy DPA, Mr. Fakiris, is actually working on that along with the SQE team for a new software which will be very, very easy for you in order to put in the jobs that you have and then see exactly if it is accepted, permitted, with measures, no restrictions, or not permitted to do it together. This is something that we are trying to do along with the Q manual and along with other software here and there in order to make your life on board easier and faster for this procedural part of your daily operations. So I hope we make it work. Remember, speak up, and we are here for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andreas. So I have one more SIMOPS for you before we close, albeit an easier one. So let's relax and have some coffee. Can we do that? Very good. So let's be back at 3:15. Okay, thank you very much. Enjoy.
welcome back from the coffee break, and I hope it gave you the boost you needed. And we move on. From my experiences in insurance, I've seen that poor maintenance, bad practices can turn into serious claims and operational problems. So doing the right thing from the start not only keeps the vessel safe, but you.
So this is why this next session on good maintenance and engineering practices is so important. We will show you some proven methods to make sure that you take proactive steps that makes the voyage more efficient and problem-free.
To guide us on this, please give a warm, big welcome to our technical director, Mr. Ioannis Pandos, his vast extensive experience and leadership in engineering has set the benchmark for our technical standards, along with our colleague, Natasha Sakelariou.
Good afternoon. We are glad to be here with you today. With many of you who have met on board the vessels, and with all of you who have a long-standing and excellent cooperation, and we would like to thank you for this. Our today's presentation will focus on good maintenance and engineering practices that should be followed on board in order to prevent malfunctions and damages of critical equipment. We highly appreciate your great efforts and your hard work for keeping our vessels well maintained. However, there is always room for improvement. Therefore, special attention should be paid to the topics that will be presented today.
So we start with the ship maintenance. So keeping good maintenance on board the ship is critical, first of all, for the safety of the crew, the safety of the vessel, and also the safety of the environment. Also, we can ensure that the life of the vessel is extended. And of course, we achieve compliance with the regulations and the standards set by the majors and the classification society. Of course, you have to keep in mind that the ship maintenance is a continuous procedure, and you have to take all necessary actions to keep the standards high. In particular, deck maintenance is very important because it gives the first impression to any inspector. So it is very important to keep compliant with the regulations. You can see here some indicative photos before and after maintenance from deck plate, from platforms and platform supports, from pipelines on deck, cable trays, accommodation. Now we will continue with the deck hydraulic pipes, which are again very critical because any possible leakages risk vessel safety and, of course, crew safety. So it is very important to do frequent inspections to locate possible leakages, which can cause even detention during a port state control. And also it is important even minor rust spots to be located and treated immediately in order to avoid further deterioration.
Now, regarding now the windlasses. As you know very well, windlass is one of the most critical deck machinery, and a damage on the windlass has an adverse effect on the mooring and anchoring operations of the vessel. In order to prevent the malfunctions and damages on the windlasses, this should be properly maintained and properly operated. Regarding the inspection and maintenance of the windlasses, the company's plant maintenance system and the maker's recommendations should be strictly followed. Special attention should be paid to the regular greasing of bearings and bushes. This is very, very important. And you should check very carefully all grease nipples and to confirm that the grease is reaching the bush. Because sometimes the passage of grease to the bush is blocked. This is very, very important. And also have seen cases that the gearbox oil has been contaminated by seawater. And this is another cause of damages to the bearings. Now, regarding the operation of the windlasses, it should be noted that according to class requirement, the design of windlasses is that the operation should be at the depths between 82.5 and 100 meters. And in order to avoid problems on the hydraulic motors and the gears, you should avoid pulling the anchor exceeding the maximum pulling capacity of the windlasses. So, taking into consideration that during the scheduled regular repairs we are doing on board our vessels, about 60% of the windlasses require extensive repairs. What is the reason? The reason is that we have damages on the bearings and the shafts. And these damages are caused by the insufficient greasing and lubrication and the improper condition of the gearbox oil. Because of this reason, our company has taken following additional preventive actions. As you can see on the photos, jack-up tests in way of all bearings should be carried out every year, and the clearances of the bearings should be recorded. Furthermore, lube oil test of the gearbox oil should be carried out by a laboratory in addition to the onboard lube oil test. Service engineer from the maker will inspect the hydraulic system of the mooring winches and windlasses and check the condition of the bearings about 2 months prior to the commencement of special and intermediate surveys. Last but not least, you should use the proper grease according to maker's recommendation. Now we will present you one case study of a recent damage on a windlass of one tanker. One of the bearings, ball bearings of the idle gear was totally destroyed, as you can see in the middle photo. This damage resulted in wear of the shaft, of the idle gear shaft, because it was friction of the shaft with a bearing housing, and also you can see also uneven wear on the gear teeth because of the misalignment. This is a severe damage of windlass, so this windlass cannot be operated either for mooring or for anchoring, and the repair of this damage is expected to last about 1 year, one month. Because of this reason, the company decided the vessel to proceed for repairs and dry docking 1 year before the scheduled repairs. A serious damage. And this damage was caused because of the improper condition of the gearbox oil. In another case here, you can see another windlass where the 2 bushes are totally destroyed, you see. This damage was caused by insufficient greasing, again. The repair of a windlass includes the build-up of the shaft on the left picture, the machining of the shaft, the non-destructive test, and finally the fabrication of new bushes. Here again we have another repair of a damaged windlass. As you are aware, our company is always applying best practices as a result of incidents and damages investigation. One best practice is the installation of the automatic greasing system on the windlasses of one Suezmax tanker. This installation is on trial basis. However, so far the feedback we have received from the vessel is very positive.
Now just a brief reference to air vents, which are also very critical for the vessel, since they affect the load line and can be easily detectable by the inspectors on board. So it is very important to do regular inspection and maintenance to avoid the bad condition of the air vents. And the minor rust spots should be treated immediately.
Now we'll talk about inspection and maintenance of hatch covers, which are very important for the bulk carriers. As you know very well, the most common cause of cargo wet damage claims is attributed to leaking hatch covers. The leaking hatch covers can lead also to more serious incidents than wet cargo, like the flooding, accelerated corrosion, or even loss of the ship. The main reasons for the leakage on the hatch covers are the poor maintenance and the failure to close them properly. Here we'll have a look on the top 10 typical defects according to North Standard P&I Club. On the picture you can see one of the seals which has a permanent deformation which is exceeding maker's recommendation. Here you can see seals with cracks, worn out and partially missing on the left photo. Also, here we have not successful temporary means of sealing like the application of silicone. On these pictures you can see wear on the resting pad and also a blocked drain channel on the lower photo. Also corrosion on the hatch cover cleats, corrosion on the hatch cover plating. So the onboard maintenance program should focus on the structural strength and integrity of the hatch covers. We should ensure always that we have correct profile of trackways and compression bars, because corroded or damaged trackways affect the movement of hatch covers and may lead to misalignment. Also, the effective seal can only be obtained if the compression bar is straight, undamaged and non-corroded. After each cargo operation, the cleaning by removing any loose scale or cargo residue is very important because their presence can accelerate the wear rate of resting pads. All components of hydraulic systems should be properly maintained. The cleats should be adjusted as per maker's recommendation. And regarding the seals, their lifetime is expected to be about 4 to 5 years. However, if the permanent deformation exceeds the limit recommended by the maker, which is 50% of the initial design compression, then the seal should be replaced. Here we have an example. We have a rubber packing which has a thickness of 40 millimeters and the initial design compression is 10 millimeters. If the permanent deformation is 5 millimeters, then the seals should be replaced. Very important is also to check the resting pads for wear, because the wear of the resting pads will result in over-compression of the rubber packing. Last but not least, all hatch cover drains and their non-return valves should be kept in good working order. So, summarizing, the hatch covers should be maintained in accordance with company's PMS and maker's recommendations, and you should always have on board a sufficient number of spare parts, including cleats, wedges, and all required rubber packing shapes and chains if applicable.
Now we are proceeding with the inspection and maintenance of deck cranes, which is very important, since the cranes are critical for the bulk carriers, because they can impact on vessels' trading capability and operation. So we will now see some most common damages of the deck cranes, which are related with the hoisting reduction gear, the slewing gear, the structure, and the lifting device. You can see here some indicative photos from a jeep with excessive corrosion, which has also affected the pedestal and the slewing ring. Also, we can see heavy rust here at the jeep pivot point and the wire sieve. Here we have a wire sieve with corroded edges and safety latches which are inoperable. Oh, sorry. Here we see cabin structure which lacks maintenance. Leakages in the hydraulic system of the crane. Here we have a real case from a vessel of our company where the jib actually collapsed and serious deformation was sustained. So, as we can understand, the maintenance of the deck cranes is of paramount importance, and a regular inspection is required in order to identify any signs of corrosion and structural weakness. Also, the hoist and life wires are very important, and we should arrange for proper greasing and maintenance. Also, we should take care of lubrication of the slewing ring and boom heel bearings. Also, hydraulic components should be free of leaks in order to avoid any possible impact on the operation of the cranes. And finally, the sampling should be done according to our PMS system, and in case required, we should proceed with filtration and oil changes. Also, for vessel trading in high ambient temperatures, oil cooler inspections should be also included, and cleaning, of course, in case required. And something which is very important and always checked by Classification Society and other inspectors is the crane controls and safety devices, including the limit switches. So we have to keep in mind about cranes that we should arrange for proper maintenance, inspection, greasing and lubrication, always as per our PMS, and never leave overdue jobs. Do frequent inspection, keep always on board the critical parts in order to proceed with immediate repairs, and finally to check always the safety devices. Here we continue with the lifeboats, which are again critical safety equipment. So we should always inspect the lifeboats for possible damage in the cell. Also, we should check for glasses with poor visibility or glasses which have hair cracks. Also, defective on-load release gear is a serious problem, and we should also adjust same to be operable. Defective rescued boat engines is very, very serious, can lead also to detention of the vessel. So it is very important to keep on board critical spare parts to proceed to necessary repairs immediately, and also to do regular testings to avoid possible deficiencies. Check also for damaged seat belts and seats, and proceed with visual inspection and also inspection by hammering of the lifeboat davits. So now we are going to give an extensive reference to the prevention and the preventive measures actually for the main engine bearing damages after having experienced some serious incidents in our vessels. So to begin with, the main causes of main engine bearing damages, first of all, is the excessive water in oil, the purification and filtration issues, the spark erosion, and the wrong assembly of engine parts. Possible sources of water contamination is the condensation due to temperature fluctuations, but of course this can be justifiable. Then we have leakages from heat exchangers and bilge waters which can contaminate the lube oil, most possibly due to poor isolation. The testing methods, I'm sure you are all familiar with these. First of all is the lube oil testing devices, the Parker Kitty Wacky and the Total. the Vaisala water in oil measurement instrument, and finally the hissing sound test. Regarding now the allowable limits, this is very important to always keep in mind that the water content in oil should be always less than 0.2%. In extreme case that the content is up to 0.5%, the main engine can run only for short periods. Also, we have a Vaisala high alarm when water activity is 0.5 and high alarm when the water activity is 0.9. So the remedies when we find contamination, first of all is to locate the water contamination source in order to avoid further water ingress, to proceed then with continuous purification, to transfer the sump tank oil to the lube oil settling tank in order to proceed with the cleaning of the sump tank, and finally to proceed with the lube oil renewal, which can be partial or full. And of course, the results of a heavy water in oil contamination can be serious damages to crosshead bearing, as you can see in these photos.
So, the improper purification and filtration can lead also to damages on main engine bearings. Many companies faced problems with the lube oil filters of the notch wire type because the notch wire was wrapped off the filter element and then entered the engine lube oil pipe, as you can see in the upper photo. You see also on the upper photo here the notch wire which was wrapped off the element, and then we had damages on the bearings as you can see on the lower photo. Our company, in order to avoid such damages, has upgraded the lube oil filter from the notch wire type to wedge wire type, as you can see in the upper two photos. This upgrade has been completed in 7 vessels of our fleet. Furthermore, we have installed CJC filters for additional filtration in 4 Suezmax tankers of our fleet. And the lube oil purifiers, the Alfa Laval lube oil purifiers, are inspected by maker service engineers as part of the harbor support program of Alfa Laval. Spark erosion now is another cause of main engine bearing damages. We can have spark erosion if electrical potential in the crankshaft discharges through the main or thrust bearings. In order to be protected against spark erosion, we should have a well-maintained shaft earthing device. On the 2 photos at the left side, you can see corrosion behind the slip ring of the shaft earthing device, and also you can see brushes which were not properly adjusted. This poor condition of shaft earthing device has a result spark erosion marks on the main bearings, as you can see on the photos at the right side. What we have done as a company, we have followed the recommendation of MAN, and we have installed in all vessels 2 slip rings, as you can see on the photos, and we have repositioned the slip rings as closer as possible to main engine. This is the recommendation of MAN. Okay, now we will present to you the most serious damage we suffered on main engine in our fleet. This was a tanker vessel, and this tanker vessel was provided with a bearing wear monitoring system. Not all vessels have this system. Okay, have this in mind. So, on this vessel, we had a main engine bearing wear alarm in number 5 unit, and a few seconds later, we have activation of the oil mist alarm, again in the same unit. As you know very well, as per MAN's design, there is automatic slowdown of main engine, and this happened, okay, this was actually done. However, the recommendation of MAN in case of oil mist alarm is that the engine should be stopped the soonest possible. Unfortunately, These two alarms were not investigated, and the vessel did not stop immediately, but continued sailing for about 1 hour. On board the vessel, they had a pilot, so they were afraid to speak up to inform the technical department that we have a problem, and continued sailing for 1 hour. Which were the results? You will see on the next slide. We had serious damage on main engine bearing number 5, as you can see in the upper left photo. Serious damage on the crankshaft main journal number 5 on the upper right photo. And except from this, we had damage on the bearing pocket of the bed plate. You can see two photos, the two lower photos. You will see black color on the left photo, and you will see how the pocket tends to close in the top, and this was because of the generated heat. Above 1000 degrees Celsius temperature, because it was friction between the shaft and the metal. There was no white metal, no bearing, no lubrication at all. So, except from this, in all other bearings, we found spark erosion marks, which are marked on these photos. And why we had these spark erosion marks? Because the shaft earthing device, the condition was like this. There is corrosion behind the slip rings, so the shaft earthing device didn't operate properly, so we didn't have any protection against spark erosion. So regarding the repair of this serious damage, the repair was undertaken by MIN's on-site recovery team, and the repair included the in-situ machining of the crankshaft journal, the in-situ machining of the main engine bearing pocket in the bed plate, and fabrication of a permanent undersized main bearing. For your information, the main engine repairs lasted more than 4 months. The vessel was more than 4 months out of operation, and the cost was more than $2 million. Which now are the lessons that should be learned from this very serious incident? The most important, when an alarm is activated, this alarm should never be ignored, because no alarm is insignificant. You should stop, you should investigate, and find out the cause of the alarm. It is very important. So the speak up, we are talking about speak up, is the theme of the forum. Is here. This is an example, okay? Other lessons to be learned is that the oil mist detector, the shaft earthing device, and the bearing wear monitoring system should be maintained always in good working order. Our company, as best practices that we took, we have upgraded the bearing wear monitoring system in 4 tankers. We have upgraded, as mentioned before, the shaft earthing device in all fleet vessels. And in all our new building vessels, we are installing, in addition to the bearing wear monitoring system, a bearing temperature monitoring system as an extra safeguard. Okay, another cause of main engine bearing damages is the wrong assembly of main engine parts. You should remember that the bolts, all the bolts, should be tightened to the torque which is specified by the maker. Now you will see a case study of a damage we suffered in a main engine crankpin bearing because of wrong assembly. We had an oil mist alarm in number 6 main engine unit. When we opened number 6 crankpin bearing, this was found with a severe damage. And we found an Allen bolt, you can see on the second photo, an Allen bolt in the lube oil groove of the crankpin, of the lower crankpin bearing cell. Now the question is, how the bolt found its way to the bearing? Has any of you any idea how this bolt was found in this position? From where? During maintenance. Okay. Now you will see the answer. Also, please check see at the drawing at the right side, okay? You see the piston rod, the connecting rod, okay? And you can see two photos where you can see the piston cooling pipe, the flange of the piston cooling pipe. One of the bolts of the piston cooling pipe was broken. And this happened because the bolt was tightening by a wrong tightening torque. This was happened 1 year ago, okay? So the bolt was broken, and then the bolt entered the piston cooling pipe, and through the bores on the crosshead pin and in the connecting rod, found its way to the crank pin bearing. You will see the bolt that was found in upper 6 crank pin bearing is the first bolt. Very serious damage, and this happened because the bolt was not tightened to the torque specified by a mine. So the repair again included in situ machining of the shaft, an undersized bearing, and this repair lasted for 2 months, about 2 months, and the cost was above $1 million. In a second case study that we will present you now, we had again damage on upper 6 crank pin bearing. Again, we found a bolt, we can see on the third photo, an Allen bolt, you see. So, we suspect that this Allen bolt was one of the bolts on the cover of the lube oil filter. You see the last photo, okay? The repair included again in situ machining and undersized bearing. What you have now to remember, it is very important to assemble the main engine parts in accordance with MIN's recommendation. All the bolts should be tightened to the torque which is specified in the instruction manuals and in the maintenance manuals of MIN. Another thing is that whenever you want to close the main engine crankcase or the lube oil filter or lube oil piping, you should first inspect very carefully all these areas, because if you leave inside any bolt or washer or any nut or a rag or a gasket, what will happen? The lube oil passage to the bearings will be blocked. So there will be no lube oil supply to the bearings. So it is very, very important to check carefully all these areas. And we would like chief engineer and second engineer to be present. Okay, because it's a serious inspection. Okay.
So I will expedite. Regarding the leaking pipes, we can accept only permanent repairs. Temporary repairs can be done only under urgency, and permanent repairs should be a priority from your side, as leakages in the engine room can risk seriously vessels' safety, crew safety, and also can be the root cause of a possible fire incident. So it is important to have always spare parts on board to arrest all these leakages. Also, engine room housekeeping and cleanliness are very basic, but should always be kept in good condition in order to maximize the efficiency of the jobs in the engine room. Insulation of pipes is also very important. So when you see any soaked in oil insulation, you should immediately replace. Or when some heated surfaces are not properly covered, you should correct the insulation accordingly, because these are considered hot spots and can ignite fire. Also, anti-splashing tapes, it is very important to be placed in lube oil or fuel oil flanges, pipes. And here we have a case of a fire incident where the lube oil inlet pipe to turbocharger was broken, and the lube oil was splashed actually in a hot surface. So we had a fire incident. Finally, the oily water separator, you understand that is a critical equipment on board vessel, can also lead to detention. It is very critical because also the compliance with environmental regulation can be risked. So it is important to keep it always in good condition in order to avoid presence in discharged water, presence of oil, possible 15 ppm malfunctions, and other problems in bilge pump or filter elements. So,
we would like to thank you for your attention. We hope that you found the topics presented interesting. And let's work all together in order to take all preventive actions to avoid such problems and damages, and also to keep high maintenance standards in our ships. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pandos and Natasha. So, apart from the vessel, we can now move to the cargo. And more specifically, let's talk about grain. Grain has a lot of challenges, as you already know. It can retain moisture, it can shift, which will affect also the vessel stability. And it is accompanied with many cases that we have to take care of. Today we will cover the key rules. We will see the best practices and more lessons. And there is no better to explain that than our Marine Superintendent, Captain Stathis Ageletos.
Thank you, Panagiotis. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope it's not too late for some stability lessons, although I think it might be a little bit late. So, grain cargoes. Which one of you have been to Panamax or Handymax vessels as a chief mates or masters? Well, I see we have some of us. So, as you understand, the carriage of grains has a lot of complications. First of all, the International Grain Regulation is approved by SOLAS, Chapter 6, Section C, and it's mandatory for all ships that carry grains. A significant part of our fleet is consisted of Handymax and Kamsarmax that are trading all around the main ports of global and especially Canada, Australia, and some of them also are going to New Orleans. We all know we have the three classic standard rules for loading the cargo holds. We have the full trimmed, full untrimmed, and the most important one, the partly loaded, which is the one that poses the most significant stability problems because of the swifting moments. Of course, we all prefer to have the first two loading conditions, which are more preferable to make our voyages. Our stability is very good. We don't have any shifting moments, very good passages, all go well. And our calculations, of course, are very easy. We just go to the manuals, check, finish. But if we proceed to the partly loaded, there we have a different situation. For those of you that you might remember, we have to consider by 1.12 the assumption, so we can have increased allowances. The main grain stability forms, as you know them already, are the NCB, the American one, the Grain Transport Canada, which is the most, let's say, strict in applying to all criteria. We have the AMSA 226, which is used in Australian ports. For countries like Brazil or Argentina, we don't fill up any forms. They just ask us to provide some photos, completion of loading, trimming photos, vessels ready to sail. The same goes also to some European countries. Especially in Russia, they are asking about a shovel certificate and a trimming certificate, and that's all, nothing more. The master takes the responsibility and he can sail. When you go to our America, of course, NCB likes some things more. You need to make the calculation to prove that the vessel can depart in normal condition, but only depart. Many times, if your location is not coming out correct, you have to put some ballast in one double bottom tank. Or they just provide you on paper so you can sign and then you can leave. When we go to Canada, the way there the work carries out is way too much different. Port warden comes on board. You present him your calculation, but you have to explain to him what is going on, step by step, which means both chief mate and master need to be aware how to conduct this calculation. And this calculation also must present the vessel seaworthy, also on departure, on intermediate, and on final discharging port. If something of these three is not fulfilled, the calculation is rejected. So, let's have a small refreshment in stability criteria. You all know how much must be GM, less than 0.3, GZ, the writing arm, less than 0.3, the area 0.075 microrad, and the most important, angle of heel, less than 12 degrees. And of course, our vessel must be upright. If anything is different from this, our stability is mistaken. The vessel is not safe to sail from port. Of course, on January 2026, there are going to be some changes in the stability calculations in grains. The changes are that they are going to request additional calculations. For example, so far we had only the three loading conditions. Now they're going to implement one fourth condition, which this fourth condition will also have to be amended in our loading manuals and in our load indicators, which will be continued in the next step. They also included two additional slopes where you have to make the calculations for the angle of heel, 30 degrees and 25 degrees. That means if the final filling level of the cargo hold inside the perimeter of the hatch coaming is, as you see in the pictures right now, we consider that since the cargo height is reaching on the feeder holes on the hatch coaming, due to the angle that these feeder holes of 30 degrees are located in the hatch coamings, the cargo can slide inside, so it fills up the empty spaces. But so far, do you remember which country was using only these exaggerative, let's say, calculations? Which one? No. This one is used only by Canada so far. Canada is using these calculation ages now regarding the untrimmed ends, and all of us have encountered issues with the surveyors, the board wardens coming and showing us exactly how we must calculate, where we made a mistake, and they try to teach us, of course, the new method that, as it seems, 2026 will be mandatory. The other countries were not even paying attention on this. So, as you see now in the new pictures we have, you are going to have new grain healing moments and new volume curves required, which means under the new condition, the new grain shift moment curves and volume curves must be generated for each cargo hold to account for larger untrimmed ends. The onboard computers we have so far do not calculate this kind of things. But they need to be updated in order to assist the officer for proper calculation. I believe this drawing is much more familiar to the most of you, because it's something you have seen it in the stability booklet. So far, most of the vessels you know have the slope tanks, the TST slopes that are assisting the void in order to trim the cargo inside, the cargo holds. So, what we can do in order to be in alignment with the new regulations? We have to update our manuals. But updating our manuals is enough? No. We will have also to train our crew. We need to train our crew in order to understand when these curves are needed to be inserted and how they can calculate it. We need to be trained also to the stability assumptions for the 30 degrees and the 25 degrees, which so far are not included in the manuals. Of course, we need to refresh our general training, because these things are going to be a part of our daily routine from 2026. All inspectors will be focusing on these new regulations, and they will be expecting the crew and the vessel, of course, and the officers, everybody who's working on the vessel, to be aware of these regulations. Do we benefit anything on this? Well, what we can benefit is regarding flexibility. We can put more cargo in the cargo hold, but we are still restricted by the port. If we have any draft restrictions, or if we are loaded partially. We can have reduced time for the labor that all the time captains are fighting with the stevedores because they are not appointing them to level the cargo, level up. Many times we fight with the stevedores. Chief officers come to captains. Captains, they don't level up the cargo. The captains are calling the operators. But in the end, the fight is happening on the berth. What can happen if we don't follow up this regulation? We are going to have greater stability risks because our computers are not capable of calculating the new amendment curves. Of course, we are going to need crew to be extra trained, refreshed their knowledge in regards with grains calculations. And we don't need to forget that many ports are still using the old traditional methods by shovels, payloaders sometimes, that it will take them some time to adapt and to approve the new system. So, we have chosen in Centrofin and we have started already, we are in process of updating the manuals and the softwares. We review each software and we check, we consult with the class in order to be updated, of course. Sorry. Adriu. Yes, thank you. One more forward. Okay. Operational monitoring. What we have to do about operational monitoring. So far, we know the classic ways of loading in these main ports in regards Canada, Australia. But we will need your feedback. When the new regulations will be implemented, we are confident that there are going to come some arguments from the other side, from the terminals, from the charterers agents. We will need your feedback to see what are they planning, how they will assist the vessel, if they have any plan as a terminal, or they are just going to rely again on the vessel side to finish the job. First, most important thing we don't have to forget is that the grains are a part of the right ship inspection questionnaire, which, of course, you are aware that the right ship inspection questionnaire is going to be updated to part 3.2 in the next 1-2 months. So we will have to be ready for amended questions on this part. In order to summarize, you can see some useful links where you can find these new regulations. They will be coming on January 2026. For the new buildings, they will be mandatory. For the existings, they are still optional, but strongly recommended. I think that's all for now. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope it was easy.
Thank you, Captain Stathis. Very interesting. So now we are finally at our last session, and it's a perfect way to see how technology has grown up over this time. From paper charts to ECDIS, from Morse code to satellite and Starlink, from standard two-stroke engine to electric ones, indeed, technology has changed the way we operate and sail our vessels.
And this transformation is definitely not slowing down. I think we all remember, we all had times when to communicate home, we had to go up to the bridge to have a phone call, and most of you remember even before that. So our next session, technological advancements over time, will take us on a journey, how all these changes happened over time, and of course, what lies ahead in the future. For this, please welcome our IT manager, Mr. Vasilis Monousakis.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you very much, Yodisi. Hello to everyone, and good afternoon from my side also. In this year event, we are going to discuss how the maritime domain and the technology in the maritime domain affects this industry. As you know, As you know, the most of you, we are working in an industry which is very vital for the global trade. As you know that it's moving more than 90% of the global goods. So all this year, the technology has achieved make great improvements. One of these greatest improvements that achieved is in parts of the safety. So you can, okay, Andrea, we're waiting. So you can say that safety has improved a lot the last years and from the early beginning. But we don't have only improvements in terms of safety. We have improvements in fuel efficiency, as Natasha said before. Also, we have reduced the cost, and we have streamlined the operation between office and vessel. If you go back, okay, I have here. Okay, if we go back and see how our office in the marine office was early 90s, we can see that on that time, we had very few personal workstations on its desks. So only there was a privilege of a few to have on that time a workstation. And also we had, let's see this, the limited workstations. And also we had a minimize of IT percents in the office. Only a few IT personnel was in order to support and the vessel and the shore side. Also, we had the basic communication on that days, was rely only on the telephone, fax, and the basic email tools. For those that they remember, we have a dedicated telex department, which is 2-3 persons that's to take care of the communication between office and vessel with just a piece of paper. So, how was the support on that time? The support on these days was rely only to basic, like we have only the telephone. We have long outstandings, for those that remember, we have long outstandings that we are talking from hours to days in order to resolve a problem, because we didn't have any other tools. So, and even for a minor things, it was necessary to have the needed attendance from a service engineer in order to resolve this. And this is why, because we didn't have remote access on that day, and the data exchange was not on a real data. So, what is at the present day? You can see that now in these days, the personnel, at least at shore, they have increased a lot. Instead of 2 or 3 persons, we can say that we are more than 6 to 7. And this is because the critical moment was the COVID pandemic, because after the COVID pandemic, the market pushed to the remote work. So this is one reason that we have the IT personnel are more in our office. Also, we can see that we have more integration of the system. As you can see today, we talk about SIMOPS, we talk about Q-Manual. This is new software that's coming on board. And also, I think some of you have already know about the new oil record book that we are using, which is software anymore, and the rest hours program. So, let's go to the next slope. So, but I cannot see here. So, what is the connectivity? Let's talk about the connectivity and the crew welfare. So, we have now real-time connectivity. So, we can exchange from the bridge to engine the time in a real time. That is why now we call the vessel like a branch office. The vessel at this time is not, it's a unique vessel that it's at the site without be connected with our office. We show as a branch office. That's why our company has almost 50 branches offices. The line between office and vessels now they are interconnected. So we have, so in terms of the crew, now I think that using the Starlink, you are closer to your families. I think that instead of having just telephone calls, that was at the back, now you can have, using the WhatsApp or the Viber, you can have a video calls at any time you want. And using the cloud system services, this is the cloud system that you are using. You can imagine that even the WhatsApp that you are using, it's a cloud service, is relying on the lines, okay? And but we don't have only as a cloud service this, and the email that you are using now and the CCTV system that we are installing on board is based on cloud. So what we can say? We can see that this industry is changing from followers to the leaders, meaning that if we go back 5 to 10 years, you can see that, and during the new building, you can see that the software that was installed on board was already legacy, meaning that they are installing software which was 10 and 15 years back. Now this has totally changed. Now we can see that even in the new building, the new system, the new Pioneer system are installing on board, and the challenges for sure are more. And this is why it's happening. The main factor which happened this is that now we have the Starlink, so the remote support is easy, so the maintenance is easier. So let's talk about now the crew internet, which is your favorite topic. So we are expecting, and as your goal, it's our goal to have internet, free internet on board and unlimited. Okay, this is wait. Okay. Look, this is a challenge because at the part of the operator, we don't have this still the plan, because as you know, the plan in your mobiles is limited. So up to now it's limited plan, but the operator, the Starlink, they said that in 2026 they will have an unlimited plan. But even if we have your unlimited plan, this was discussed during the breaks before, we want your feedback. We want your feedback because we are trying to figure out how to implement it on board. Because there are some worries from you, your feedback, that's okay, we have unlimited, but where we can use it and how. So the implementation is not easy. You can understand that during working hours, or during also with the rest hours, with the fatigue as a factor, the implementation is difficult. So we're getting your ideas and together to see how to implement it. Okay, it's not, the Starlink will have the plan. The cost is there, but the implementation afterwards is the difficult part. So, and when we're talking about crew welfare, we're not talking about the crew internet. Using the unlimited facilities with the Starlink, you can imagine that you can improve the streamlined TV that you have already on board, and you can enjoy an online gaming that I know that the young guys, they want it, but also you can imagine that you can have an Apple TV and Netflix on board. But for sure, we need to find a way and to use it in a responsible use, because this is the most difficult part in terms of safety. So we are listening, we have the Slido, take your post, and also, as I know, we have in the ambassador meetings that we are offering to, and we can exchange your ideas. So let's now talk about the AI. I think you have heard a lot of AI. It's everywhere. If you Google it, the AI will respond as a bot. But let's have the next picture. Okay. For those who doesn't know, it's the Andreas and Katerina from yesterday evening from a karaoke event. It's there. They have their great performance. I know that Andreas, maybe it's not professional, it's semi-professional, but I didn't expect that Katerina was so nice. But I was wondering, and I was wondering why my ears, it's coming the sound so clear. And okay, it's Katerina and Andreas, but afterwards there come plenty people, and they are very good performers. So I was thinking, maybe it's something in between the microphone and the speaker. Maybe it's a software with AI or not. Who knows? So I will figure out, when I leave from here, I will try to sing myself. And if I sing very well, for sure is something happening. Okay. Let's go to our industry. So we have AI. Let's see what is the slide. Okay, we are expecting AI. We will see mostly in a predicted system. Okay, the AI on these days, they are selling a lot. Everyone is coming in our office and they are promising that whatever they are selling, they have at the background AI, but it's not like this. From my point of view, I have not seen yet a really AI mechanism. It's some algorithm that was used at the past, and now they call it AI in order to have better profit. But we are expecting in predictive maintenance. This is the area that we'll for sure will find there. As if everything is digital, for sure the failures the system can find the failures before occurs. This will happen. And especially, if we are talking about the navigation, this is the first, I think the first, how can I say, the first area where we have totally a digital system. For those that you remember, when was the first TECTIS installed on board, most of the captains, they didn't want it at all. They couldn't imagine that, okay, in some days we will lose the paper, we will lose the paper, and we will use it, the ECTI system, and to navigate with this. But now, in our vessels, I think we are totally paperless, and the navigation should happen or may happen with totally digital. Okay, so having this information, the AI will come, or program, or algorithm, that having the weather condition and the traffic, they can navigate, and maybe autonomous. Now, but what happened with some concerns about the discrepancies that may come? Okay, there are plenty of worries. There are worries about that people they are going to lose their jobs. It's not something new. I think that we have heard also in the past. Every time that the technology is coming, then we are worried about our jobs. But I think that we need, especially the young guys, we need to reskill in other areas than the traditional ones. This is the solution, I think, on this. So we will see. We will see that at the next coming year, sooner or later, we will have. Now see, I can see upstairs there. Anyway, we can see the AI that will come in the cyber, in the maintenance, and also in the autonomous vessel. Okay. Yes, but what happened with the cyber? It's safer or not? Unfortunately, now in the new building, the OT system has expanded. So meaning that we had the IT system, we had to support 5, 10 assets. Now with the OT system and the IT system, maybe it's more than 100. So all the systems are vulnerable. So the surface of attack has increased. So we have to take care more than before. And if we add this, that there is an educated person and unskilled persons in the cyber, so the things going very worst. And something to mention about the cyber, just to know that the cyber it's for sure is not an IT subject. It's something that should concern all of us. So if the company and our company, I think, does not do it. Look, it's an IT matter, then the worst cybersecurity that may have. And something else, in terms of cybersecurity, if you split the companies in 2 categories, there are 2 categories of companies. The companies that already have been hacked, and the companies that are aware that have been hacked. So what the measures that we're taking? As a company, we must have backup and store procedures and to use the playbooks. This is a common practice. We will see that it will come also in the new buildings, in the OT systems, that they are using this method. And also, I don't know which of you knows that what happened 1 month ago in the airports, that the ticket system is crashed and it collapsed for 2 to 3 days, the aeroplane. And even yesterday, there was an incident again in the cloud fair. There's a system, a global system that controls and protects some other systems, and the Twitter was down for many hours because the cloud fair was down. So we need to have continuity plans, playbooks, and our company also using the hybrid model. The hybrid model is they have the private and the public cloud. The system is in both sides, so in case that lost one of these, it's working the other. You can see that in the email, the captain that they are using the email, they have two email systems. One is the traditional Ridex that we call it, and the other is the 365. So, which is some best practice to use it on board? For sure, we need to find the way, in case that the Starlink has with an unlimited plan, to find the way to use it with a responsible way, because the fatigue factor is there, and we need to take care. Also, we have to promote the cyber awareness. Okay, we have the e-learning platform. We are running some drills. We are running some exercise with a phishing attack, with a new platform that will come also on board. And we have to check, using the drills, the business continuity plans that is there and is working. So, what is the future? The future is, from my point of view, always, that we will see AI integration in many systems. If everything is digitalized, from the edge into the bridge, sooner or later will come the AI. So we'll see also predictive system. This is an area that will help us a lot, and the engineer mostly, because the maintenance and the downtime will be reduced. Also, we will see digital twins. Digital twins is not other than some digital replicas. If we have everything digitalized on a vessel, you can imagine that we have a digital replica on the cloud. So all the figures, everything, we can be see without having the real asset. Also, we'll see more smart ports. 3-4 days back, I was during a bunkering process. I was at Nilos. What I have seen is that even the information that was exchanged between the port, the agent, the office was there. For some reason, there was exchange also in a manual process. So paper is coming over and there, and email exchange over and there with information which is already there. So you can imagine that if you have the information in some system, to exchange and to exchange the data automatic without human intervention. Also, we are talking about autonomous shipping. Okay, the autonomous shipping, it's something that was also discussed in the past. We will see it, but first of all, we have to have more than one Starlink. With the Starlink, we must have 2-3 reliable lines, and then we will see the autonomous shipping. If you see the autonomous shipping in the cars and the trains, as has a discussion that in China has make great progress. Someone told me from you that has make a great project in autonomous car and trains. Then the next step is the autonomous shipping. So, and this is, we should care a lot. New regulation came, new regulation is coming for the new buildings, from the IMO, from the Ajax. We need to take care. The inspection, I think it will be harder on this era. We will, for sure, they will change from some 2-3 bullets during inspection. I think they will focus more. So we need to prepare before they come. So, closing, this is my question. Is this something that you're afraid? Don't know. You're afraid or not? So, my point of view is we for sure we don't need to afraid because it's a change, and we have lived more difficult times in the past. And as a big change, for sure we are living as someone said, that we are living the first industrial revolution. We have already started. We are still at the beginning, and we are expecting to see more things in the near future. But at least, at the moment where we are talking, the human still has the last decision. I don't know when we will lose it, maybe not soon, but we have the last decision. So cooperation with this system and looking at the good part, maybe it will be beneficial for us. And closing, okay, I took the time. Closing, I would like to share with you something that I heard in a conference that I was, I think 2-3 months ago, in the maritime domain regarding the cybersecurity, but at the military perspective. It was at NATO in our Greece in Chania in a base, that they are saying about the AI and how powerful is the AI. And they describe that the AI is like a gun that you have on a table. In case of a serious incident, how to use it, it still depends on you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vasilis. Bravo. So with this session, we've reached at the end of our first day. It's been quite a journey from leadership and learning from failure to safety, maintenance, inspection, energy efficiency, and innovation.
We have covered a wide variety of topics, but there is one key message that runs through all of them, and that is speak up. Whether it's during a post-state control inspection, in a routine maintenance, during your everyday work, it's important to speak up. That's what builds up the trust and ensures safety on board.
And remember, trust is built every day, in small action, in honest conversations, and even when you have the courage to raise your hand when something doesn't feel right. And don't forget, again, speak up. The more we speak up, the stronger our teams become.
And while the technology makes our ships smarter, it's up to our cooperation and teamwork, and most importantly, it's in our voice to make them feel even safer.
And to conclude, my very close friend and colleague, Yanis Vakaus, whom you all know, shared this motto with me. Ships do not sail without people, and people don't sail without a purpose. So, we hope that this day had added something to why you are sailing, your purpose, your role, and your value you bring on board. We thank you very much for your attention today, your dedication to us, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 8:30 for day number 2, where all the ratings will join us for some more interesting sessions.
Before we go, there is a website that you can all see right on your screens right now. You can visit this site and you will find all the photos from today. There is no rush since the photos will stay there for at least a year or so until the next forum. So please feel free to visit and download the photos. Thank you very much once again for being with us. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
And just stay tuned because we want to take a group photo.
Yeah,
okay?
Please join us. You will join us probably on the stage and we'll make a group photo.